to coach up the next quarterback that they draft. And so I'm sure at the Combine in Indy this week, Aaron Glenn has pounded the table. Give me Kyler Murray. Give me Kyler Murray. Give me someone I can win with, because I can win if you just give me the quarterback, right? I think he said some comment like, I can coach defenses. Like, but the front office is probably, like, I don't know, man. I mean, the two priorities oftentimes are not the same, which is where you get kind of these bad teams, right? Where the priorities aren't the same. Head coach wants one thing.
Yes, right.
Ownership and front office wants something else. The best teams obviously have a synergy and understand that. So that dynamic in New York is pretty interesting to me, because that is certainly happening right now. Aaron Glenn wants a guy now to win to save his job. The Jets might say, you know what? We use our 2 first-round picks. We'll get the 2 best players at the, in that position that in that spot, I should say, that we like. May or may not be a quarterback. Okay, we'll be 4-13 again. Then we'll have a roster good enough to attack quarterback in 2027. But without you, Aaron Glenn, that's the hard part.
Yeah, right.
If you're the coach here.
Yeah, and I think when you look at that entire situation, and it goes for any team, holding on to a head coach 1 year too long also puts you into this like trick box, right? Because you have to make the decisions for quarterbacks, developments of quarterbacks. And we see it with teams every year, right? The coach is bad. They hold on 1 year longer than they should. They draft a quarterback because they're bad. They're at the top of the draft board. And then you realize a year into it, well, this guy ain't it. So then you're like restarting everything. And, I'm broadcasting from Chicago. I'm a lifelong Chicago Bears fan. That's exactly what we saw take place at the end of the Matt Eberflus run here in Chicago, was that they drafted Caleb Williams. Eberflus was still being held on, even though everyone in the fan base wanted Eberflus gone. No one wanted him to stay as head coach. We knew immediately once that last season started up that it was not going to go well. Caleb Williams had an up and down season, and then luckily they were able to correct it in this past offseason to land Ben Johnson. But like that, I think that's what you're talking about with Aaron Glenn, right? Like Aaron Glenn, I don't know if this is going to work out for the New York Jets.
It's not. It's not.
They can't hold him for one more year. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it would look terrible if they fired him after one season.
No, it wouldn't. Well, it would look terrible. He's not a good coach. Look. Here's the thing. Okay, when you have a side of the ball that you made your living on, offense or defense, there's only like one coach, John Harbaugh, that's a special teams guy, right? Doesn't want to have a side of the ball. That side of the ball better be good. That's your number one first job as a head coach. And you typically try to fix the side of the ball that you coach in year 1 and the other side in year 2. If you can do it that way, ideally, right? Now, sometimes it doesn't work out that way because of your draft status. Their defense last year was atrocious. And Aaron Glenn's a defense. They have good defensive players. Now, they traded 2 of them in the middle of the season. I get that. But the defense was atrocious last season. So you brought in a defensive coach who can't coach defense or hasn't been good at defense. And he, by the way, wasn't terribly good in Detroit at the end either. And he could blame injuries, blame whatever you want. And then, so now he's entering year 2. Bad on defense, no quarterback. You want to enter year 2, at least saying we're good on defense, let's add a quarterback and be better. Now you enter year 2, bad on both sides of the ball still. Like, what's the point of having a coach? Give me, you look at year 1 coaches like Liam Cohn, right? Year 1 offense fixed immediately, right?
Yeah.
And the defense was good this year, but offense fixed immediately, right? Now you know what you are. Ben Johnson, offense fixed immediately. Defense, if you take the turnovers out, like ranked 30th, right? Like, so now you fix the defense this offseason, right? The offense is set. You got the offense fixed in year 1. Aaron Glenn's defense was bad last season. So now you enter year 2 bad on both sides of the ball. Why is he still your coach? You think you're going to be better this season all of a sudden? I don't get it. I mean, I get the loyalty to. There also wasn't a great coaching pool this year. I think that's also fair to say. There was no Ben Johnson. There was no, a lot of young guys were getting interviews. Not all of them got jobs, but it just feels like not the best class of coaches. And the Jets, fair enough, might not even have the best options. I mean, I feel like the Browns, where people just say, I don't want the job. But
right.
At least be good on your side of the ball, and they're not. So I don't think he's a good coach. I don't know why they kept him.
I love that headline. Jeff Schwartz, Aaron Glenn, not good. I love that. I think that's outstanding.
I tweet
that's
out
great.
too. I'd say the same thing on the internet. I don't care. I mean, they're just like, I don't have to make friends. he's not a good coach.
That.
It's fine. People are like, oh, he could be like Dan Campbell. You know, Dan Campbell's bad in year one. Dan Campbell set a culture in Detroit. Like, you saw the physical nature he was setting.
It's different.
What culture is in the Jets? There's no culture of the Jets.
Nothing.
The culture's losing.
None. It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. Jeff Schwartz filling in for Abdallah today. He is off. We're hanging out with you. If you want to join the conversation, talk some football, you can call us at 310-840-4910. Yesterday, Sean Payton told the media that he is giving up play calling duties to offensive coordinator Davis Webb. Is this the right move? We'll talk about that next.
First place in the Big East is on the line. Number 4, UConn. Number 15, St. John's. Tonight, 7 Eastern tip on Westwood One and the Westwood One Sports app.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for $36.99. Limits apply. See store for details. Trust our professional parts people to recommend the products for your next oil change. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
That may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI. This is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
Filling in today for Abdallah is Jeff Schwartz, hanging out with me, Chris Bleck, here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. You can also listen to us on channel 375 on Sirius XM. Hanging out with you for the next couple hours until 3 Eastern, and then Jim Rome will take over right here on Westwood One Sports. So the last time we saw the Denver Broncos, it was a complete snowstorm, and we saw that Jared Stidham wasn't able to do anything offensively for the Broncos offense. We know how it went. The Patriots get to the Super Bowl, and then they eventually lose to the Seahawks. And a lot of conversation about Sean Payton and the decisions that he made in that AFC Championship game were hot topics immediately following the AFC Championship game. Yesterday at the NFL Combine, this is what Sean Payton had to say about giving up play calling to Davis Webb.
It was something that I kind of knew, during the year. He and I visited on a handful of occasions. We're talking about Davis Webb. He's extremely talented. With regards to play calling, it's something that I think he'll be really good at it. And I know that's like, man, are you going to give up play calling? And I would only do that if I felt like it would help our team. I'll still be involved with what we do offensively, just like what we do defensively. But I do think he has a gift. I think he's real sharp. I'm glad he's on our staff. Typically, any decision we make like that is to benefit our team. I think it'll help us, and certainly I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it was going to help our team win. You get to a point where you're focused strictly on improving your team any way you can.
So that was Sean Payton yesterday at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. I'm Chris Bleck along with Jeff Schwartz, filling in for Abdallah today. So Jeff, when you hear that Sean Payton is giving up play calling, he is the mastermind, one of the best in football. What do you think of that, hearing that from yesterday?
It feels like when I tell my wife, like, you know what, I'm giving up the chocolate cookies. And then I just switch to like another cookie, because there ain't no way he's giving up play calling duties. All right. There's just no way he's doing it. He might say he's giving up the cookies, but he's going to eat a different brand. That different brand's going to be, I'm going to script the game plan for you. You're going to call what I tell you that we've worked on before, that we prepared for. There's just no way Sean Payton, after all these years, like, yeah, I'm done. It's your offense now, buddy. It ain't going to happen. This feels very much like giving a young coach more responsibility, which I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's giving him more responsibility. It's putting his name out there as offensive coordinator. This reminds me of what the Chiefs have done for so many years, where Andy Reid, it's always his offense, but Matt Nagy calls plays. Eric Bieniemy, air quotes, calls plays. They don't call plays. Andy Reid calls the plays. Now, Andy Reid calls a play that Eric Bieniemy, Matt Nagy might actually physically call the play into the quarterback, but the fact is Andy Reid's offense. And so there's going to be some version where Sean Payton is still involved in this. I can't imagine after all these years, especially all the improvement Bo Nix made last season, that he's just like, no, I'm done now. He's going to hold no play sheet on game day. He's going to just walk around like a defensive coach, just hanging out on the side, like, Nick Sirianni, just no play sheet, just walking around the sideline like, oh, la-di-da-di-da. I don't believe it for a second. So some version of eating his cookie is still going to happen. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's not going to be no play calling duties for Sean Payton anymore.
Yeah, you go from the chocolate chip to oatmeal raisin. Yeah, you're still snacking. You still got the cookies, but it's not the true vice. The true vice was the chocolate chip cookie. Yeah, I mean, and I think the perfect example that you laid out there is Kansas City. And from my perspective as a Chicago Bears fan, I have seen those cast-offs of the Andy Reid tree get to new locations. And then you realize it wasn't their offense. They didn't call the plays. And Matt Nagy, I think, is the perfect example. He was just running a Timu version of Andy Reid's offense in Chicago when he got the chance to be a head coach. Eric Bieniemy, there isn't really much of a surprise. There's a lot of things that go into the Eric Bieniemy story, but I think one of them is that people know around the league he's not the one calling the plays. It is Andy Reid that's calling it. So I agree with you. I think some of this is trying to prop up Davis Webb for next year's coaching cycle.
Yes.
He interviewed for jobs in this year's cycle, and he didn't get a head coaching job, but everyone is raving about him around the league as one of the next up-and-coming guys to become a head coach. And one of the next steps to get to that point is becoming a play caller. It is tough to hire a young guy as a head coach who has zero play calling experience. At least that's the way I've perceived the way these hirings have gone. But the moment you're a play caller and you have a good offense, now you jump to the front of the line. And especially if you're around the mastermind, genius offensive play callers like Sean Payton or Sean McVay or Shanahan. Those names, if you're around those guys breathing that air, you get a chance to become a head coach in the NFL. That's just kind of the way it is. It does feel, and I do agree with you, Jeff, that I think it would be surprising if Sean Payton doesn't have any hand in the play-to-play calls in the game. I have a feeling it's going to be in title, he's calling the plays, but really on the headset, I'm telling him what we should be running, and he's just calling the physical play, the verbiage of getting the play into the quarterback. I also wonder with this topic, how much of the criticism or backlash towards Sean Payton for his decisions in the AFC Championship game kind of layer into maybe he thinks he needs to take a step back and just be the person making all the right decisions for the entire football team throughout a game and not worrying about the play calling. Because a lot of the criticism came down to the fourth down situation and whether or not to go for it or kick a field goal to take the points in the game against the Patriots. I wonder if some of that is the retrospective thought from Sean Payton to look at this situation.
Yeah, but wouldn't you that feels like a situation where your analytics guy is supposed to help you out on that, right? I mean, you're supposed to have a guy in your building or on the headset upstairs most often who helps you prepare for those moments. And I'm not sure Sean Payton not calling plays is going to change much of that. I mean, he should have gone for it, a 4th and 1. I mean, he went for it. He ran a bad play, I should say. That to me is more of the play call than the actual decision to go for it. And maybe that's the difference now is you can sit back and plan ahead better and be in Davis Webb's ear for that. But again, this just feels like he is helping out Davis Webb and getting him in just the idea he's calling plays. He'll do in the preseason a little bit. But here's the thing about calling plays as well. So this is something that it's worth discussing. I think people don't really get the process. And so an offense is actually a cumulative design, right? So you have the play caller, right? Now, they design the general theme of the offense in a given week, the formations, things like that. But every coach has their own job. So the running back coach might have red zone. The quarterback coach might have third down. The wide receiver coach might have 2 minutes. The offensive line coach does the entire run game. So they have the run game. The tight end coach. So everyone sort of has their piece of the game plan anyways. So when it gets to game day, it should be pretty smooth. Hey, offensive line coach, what do you want to run? What run do you want? Or, hey, running back coach, what's the best red zone play? They all kind of work together to make that happen. And so, it could be Davis Webb is in charge, quote unquote, but there's still this cumulative process happening to get to the best play call each and every week. So, again, I don't necessarily believe that Sean Payton's giving this up completely, but I certainly do think that this is just going to help Davis Webb be able to better land a job moving forward.
So take that one step farther. So each different coach on the staff, they have a different part of the game plan that they're kind of scouting, they're implementing throughout the week. In the moment, how does that work on the headsets and the communication between all of them, because I know for most teams you see in the booth, you see all the coaches sitting there, but then you also see on the sidelines, the different positional coaches are on the sidelines. And there's, I'm assuming, a lot of chirping sometimes, especially with teams that are not very organized. I could see a lot of different people jumping in and be like, hey, we got to do this, or hey, I got to do that. You know, how does that work?
It is that way, but the best ones are able to mitigate that by being very prepared in the moment, right? You've talked this over, you have decided to know what to do in every moment. You've practiced and prepared for this, and the best coach are able to just make this happen, very quicker, essentially, right? And so maybe Sean Payton this is the way he's streamlined. I don't think that's the case, but certainly fair to say maybe he believes that.
Yeah, right. And so you have a young quarterback in Bo Nix. Does it change the way that he approaches the season now? Nix seems to be a huge fan of Davis Webb. And full disclosure, Raj Sharon, who's producing today's show, he lives in Denver. So Raj is on this Broncos beat. He can tell us with more specifics on the dynamic there. But I wonder if that changes moving forward the way that Nix's development, his relationship with Sean Payton, now that they have Davis Webb being the offensive coordinator and play caller, I think there was a little friction there between Bo Nix and Sean Payton, especially at the end of the season. Jeff, you're aware of the back and forth on the ankle surgery and whether or not Bo Nix had ankle surgeries in the past, whether or not it was something that was festering. I wonder if some of that is to kind of alleviate some of the festering friction between Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
I don't know if I buy that.
Raj, what do you think? Raj is in Denver. What do you think, Raj?
What we saw here a lot, especially this past year, there would be frustration. You could see it like on the field of how long it was taking the plays to come in, and Sean like changes personnel groupings a lot, and you would see Bo just like very animated towards Sean. And there were a couple times, guys, where they would be getting into it, going to the sideline, and you'd always see Davis Webb be the one who would kind of like step in and be the intermediary, and then you'd never see Sean like go to the bench with Bo. It was always Davis Webb. So there's just been this kind of feeling, at least watching it, that Bo and Davis Webb had some sort of connection. And look, I mean, they're much closer in age. Bo Nix is, like 25, I believe. Today's his birthday, actually. Happy birthday, Bo Nix. He's 25 today.
Happy birthday.
And Davis Webb's only like 31. So they seem to jive and connect from a communication standpoint, whereas, Sean Payton maybe being the more grizzled, seasoned coach, there was where, I don't know if friction's the right word, but like competitive spirit would certainly pop up during the games. And it often had to do with how long it was taking the plays to get in.
The situation with the ankle stuff, that was weird, though, at the end of the season.
It
right,
was,
Raj?
Yeah, no. And look, Sean addressed it yesterday. He felt like he got misquoted a little bit, but overall, yes, there was this weird thing of like, hey, the ankle was predisposed, and then Bo did a press conference, which was very out of the norm at the end of the year to kind of disprove it. So friction may not be the right word, but weird, like something weird may be there, and perhaps Davis Webb is the one to kind of bridge that.
Yeah, and Jeff, so like it is an interesting setup that they have in Denver.
If this is actually what it is, like if it ends up being this way, then it is odd. However, to the point that Raj made about the relationship between Davis Webb and Bo Nix, maybe this is a way to allow that relationship to bloom a little bit, and to allow essentially maybe take away some of that communication between Payton and Nix, which I would argue is not great. But the idea that maybe the young coaches get along better with Bo Nix, and there's a little bit of an age issue here between Nix and Payton is certainly possible. That's not great, though. I'd argue that you probably want to figure out how to communicate a little bit better. But in the end, I just do not imagine Sean Payton, after all these years and having a good season, saying, you know what, I'm done with this. I mean, I thought Andy Reid might go that direction. Clearly, he didn't. He rehired Eric Bieniemy. I mean, I'd be shocked if this ends up actually being the way that this went down. It would
Yeah,
surprise
absolutely.
me a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. And I think that's why it's a big story to kind of follow along here at the NFL Combine. I'm Chris Black here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. Jeff Schwartz filling in for Abdallah today. It's Black and Abdallah until 3 Eastern right here on Westwood One Sports. You know, Chris Black, I didn't participate in the NFL Combine. Jeff did. He will give us the best stories from participating in the NFL Combine coming up next.
How long will the Steelers wait around for a decision from Aaron Rodgers? Or could Mike McCarthy and company be in the market for a QB in free agency? Westwood One Sports.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I am Steve Smith, Sr., former NFL wide receiver and host of the 89 Show on YouTube. As men, we're taught to handle things. Be strong. Don't complain. Don't talk about it. Being a man also means being a father, a friend, a husband, and carrying all that gets heavy. Ignoring it doesn't make it go away. If you got things you don't say out loud, BetterHelp gives you a place to say them. Online therapy that works around your schedule. Visit BetterHelp. That's betterhelp.com/89. Don't wait.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI.
This is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
That's right. You can watch the show each and every day on YouTube. Check out the live stream. Like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Bleck and Abdallah Show. Make sure you check it out. New content posted each and every day. And also our live stream rolling throughout the show. Right there, you can see Jeff Schwartz filling in for Abdallah today, hanging out with me for the next couple hours. You can also download the podcast of the Bleck and Abdallah Show on Westwood One Sports on Apple, Spotify, and Odyssey. Make sure you do that as well as you check out the YouTube channel at Bleck and Abdallah Show. So I am someone who just loves football. I watch a lot of football. I talk about football. I love football. Jeff Schwartz filling in for Abdallah today. Abdallah also just loves football. Did not play in the NFL. Jeff played in the NFL. And Jeff, you participated in the Combine in 2008. Give us your best stories of participating and being someone this week that's trying to get to the NFL and trying to enhance your draft position.
Well, it's a lot different now because they actually care about the players working out and making sure they show their best. It felt like when I was for a lot of us, it was almost like survival, man. Like if you could get through the week and they tried their best to make it miserable for you, by the time you got to workouts, if you just get through the workout, like you're golden, right? You woke up super early. You did meetings for hours on end, and the medicals, right? The medicals, number one reason why the Combine is happening, right? Where you get everyone in one place for medicals, and so medicals is a long day, and you go to 5 or 6 rooms. There's 5 or 6 teams in a room, and they poke and prod you. They order you MRIs, they order you X-rays, and there are guys that have 4 or 5 MRIs to do. There are situations where they find injuries. They do a better job now of heart testing, which is something that wasn't happening when I went through Combine. But now they make sure the players are ready to work out at a decent time. Workouts used to be like wake up at 6 o'clock, you're there by 8 o'clock working out in the morning. Now they're more in the afternoon. They're a little later at night. You have a day to sort of warm up. And part of that is just, it's now a TV product, right? So it's on television. Some of the awkward moments, which I think would just throw people if they actually, part of the Combine is your body, right? Your body's your job. And so your body is scrutinized. Yep. And there's a day when you do your weigh-ins, and your weigh-in used to be, I think it was 2 days before you actually tested. So you were able to I had to lose weight, like starve yourself, weigh in, and then work out 2 days later, rehydrate and ready to go. Now it's the day before, so you can't really put on 15 pounds for weigh-in and then drop 7 before you work out, or vice versa, right? So, but you go in this big room, and it's a ballroom, and there's chairs everywhere. And the chairs are filled with scouts. They have a notebook out, and you strip down. No, you take your top off, your bottom off, your tights, and they measure you. You go on top of the stage. You're by yourself on the stage in your draws, and Jeff Schwartz 6'6" and 7/8", and everyone's furiously writing down Jeff Schwartz 331 pounds. They write down 331 pounds. Then you do a squat. You do an air squat or two to see if you can your your ankle mobility, your hip mobility, your knee mobility. They measure your arms.
Right.
They measure your wingspan. They measure your hands. All of this, and you're just like standing in front of, I don't know, 100 scouts you've never seen before, just in your underwear, just breaking down every part of your body, writing notes about what they see, your figure, your stature. It's just an awkward process, man. But it's the workout is what it is.
They don't tell you to turn your head and cough, do they?
They do not do that. They measure almost everything on a man's body, and they write everything down. And everything you do that week is scrutinized. You wear a shirt with a number on it, so they know who you are.
Yep.
You're interviewing with teams. One thing that an agent will tell you to do for this to prepare is tell GMs, personnel people, scouts, coach, how much you love football. You have to say that all the time. I love football. I love football. I love football, because the front office personnel, that includes scouts, and all, if you think you love football, imagine the hours these guys spend on football, right?
It's the only thing they do.
It's the only thing they do in life. And they want you to love the game as much as they love the game. And so you now you guys are so coached up, right? I mean, the answers they give are going to be so easy. But that meat market, man, that first day, it's moved now, I think, to day 2 or 3 when you show up. It's just an awkward feeling. And I don't mind, being judged for my body. But when you first show up there, it's just like a jarring feeling to walk in your underwear onto a stage and have everyone read out your physical stats.
Oh, yeah. And I could also imagine it being a little nerve-wracking, because it's not something that you can prepare for. Like, you don't get a second opportunity at the combine, right?
No.
Like, guys go once. Like, there isn't a second or third or fourth time where you're like, okay, I kind of get what this is now. I feel more comfortable. I've made the case here on the show, here on Black and Abdallah over the last week, is that why in the tights? Like, shouldn't you guys be in football pants? Like, wouldn't that make more sense to participate in all these events instead of the tights that you wear your football pants? That to me that's the thing that I think just watching seems kind of strange.
They're essentially the same thing. The football pants they're super tight.
They're tight.
And guys,
but I feel like because
they don't wear leg pads anymore. I mean, college football, heck, they're wearing like shorts for the most part. Half these guys are now.
Yeah, some are.
And so, there's not really a big need for that. Look, here's the deal about the combine. I mentioned earlier, right? Like, the important part is the medical, but the physical testing is quite simply this, right? Jeff Schwartz on a football field looks kind of slow. I have to convince my family, by the way, that actually I'm fast. Like, you're big and fat. We watched you play. You're slow. Okay, no. I'm faster than you. I'm slower than other guys in the NFL. Like, just letting you guys know that. I'm faster than you. It's, okay, Jeff Schwartz, not very fast. His 40 time, not very fast. That works out well, right? Wide receiver, very fast. 40 time fast. If I'm slow on the field, and I run a fast 40, you got to figure out why that is. Why doesn't Jeff Schwartz play as fast as he should on the field? Or vice versa, right? Where I play fast but run slow, then you have to figure out, okay, am I play speed? The whole is it Anquan Bolden, right? Puka Nakua, these guys, Jerry Rice, that don't really run fast but play fast, right? Those are the guys you want. You don't want the vice versa, the guys that are slow but run fast, right? You don't want those guys. So that's what the combine's for physically, right? It's matching up tape to physical performance at the combine.
Yeah, and I think that's where, to me, seeing the way this all kind of works is I still think the best way to figure out if someone's going to be great is by watching the games. Right? Like, if you're wowed by the pro day, I think the perfect example that I always go to in my head was, do you remember the pro day for Zach Wilson? That Zach Wilson is out there in shorts and a T-shirt, and because he flipped his hips and threw a ball 50 yards on the fly in a training facility with his own receivers from college, people are like, oh my God, Zach Wilson, that's going to be a #1 pick. It's like, dude, did you watch the games that BYU won this year? Like, BYU killed teams that were bad, but against decent competition like Coastal Carolina that season.
That was
like,
a COVID
Zach
year.
Wilson didn't look...
The COVID year is
he didn't look good.
Year is the dumbest year we've ever had in college football.
Yeah,
it's like completely backwards to any year we've ever had in any of the existence of football. The thing about pro days for quarterbacks, if you're a fan of a quarterback, just do not watch it. There's literally no point in watching it whatsoever. But here's the thing, though. If you're an NFL team and you're drafting that high, you have to convince yourself that that quarterback is good enough to draft. And so you have to find everything, whether it's a pro day, whether it's a combine workout, whether it's an interview, whether it's you talk to his parents and you like his parents. I mean, whatever it is, to convince yourself that guy's worth drafting, you sometimes have to say, wow, look at that pro day throw. And so that's where teams get in trouble. Now, of course, I don't think they actually do that. Like we think they do that.
Right.
Ignore pro days, man. The pro days are scripted throws for these quarterbacks.
Yeah, they are. Against nobody. Against no defenders.
We know Zach
I
Wilson
think
can
that's
throw
the
the
other
ball. That was never the question of ours.
No, it's fascinating that you mentioned the do you love ball, because I always think back to, and I know it's a different sport, but Anthony Edwards in the NBA, people were questioning his love for basketball because he said that like, I don't really love basketball. And Anthony Edwards has turned into one of the best players in the NBA. So sometimes I think you can be misled by just only focusing on does that guy love the sport as much as I do. Jeff Schwartz is in for Abdallah today. It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. We're on the air until 3 Eastern, and coming up next are the Chicago Bears clearing cap space for a big-time move. We'll tell you about something taking place right now.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Where are you headed in your Toyota right now? Not the exit or the street address. What's the why behind your drive? Maybe it's that hug from Grandma you've been missing. The laugh of a friend you haven't seen in a while. Toyota doesn't just take you from here to there. We bring you closer to the people who matter most. Because the best roads always lead to someone. People are the destination. Toyota, let's go places.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850.
The Sox come across town for the second time early in camp, and they will hand the baseball to Johan Oviedo. Offseason acquisition. He's on the mound for his first Red Sox spring start. A lot of expectations around that. And the Red Sox brought a lot of regulars in the lineup today. Roman Anthony is in there. So is Cedon, Jarren Duran, Narvaez, Abreu. Should be fun today for the Red Sox and the Twins. Cooper Boardman is here. When we return, he'll have the lineups, and we'll have the first pitch. It's warmed up here in Florida, and we're feeling toasty today about the Red Sox and the Twins. First pitch next in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
February, the month of presidents. You may have some wads and rolls of presidents coming to you as in money you may not even know about from findmassmoney.gov. Benjamin Franklin? No, he wasn't a president, but who cares? He's on the $100 bill. The Massachusetts State Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed property for citizens and businesses like refunds from utility bills, long-forgotten savings accounts, even uncashed paychecks. Search your name at findmassmoney.gov. That's findmassmoney.gov.
Big on flavor, big on comfort, and big on value. The 99 Restaurant's $14.99 big deal meals are now available every day, all day. So hurry in today or any day for our roasted turkey dinner. You gotta love the Nines.
Hi, it's Chris Curtis, and right now, drug and alcohol dependency is affecting so many of us. If addiction is impacting you or a loved one, I highly recommend the New England Recovery Center in Westboro. A really compassionate staff and beautiful 25-acre campus where most major insurance plans are accepted. New England Recovery Center offers 24/7 admission with transportation available if needed. Why wait? Call 877-MY-REHAB or visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org today.
Sitting on the interstate, wondering how many drivers are overpaying on car insurance? Turns out, it's a lot of them. Here's the deal. Owning a car is expensive enough. Your auto insurance shouldn't cost a fortune, too. So put the brakes on those high insurance rates with help from Intuit Credit Karma. Simply open the app to explore personalized rates, get quotes, and find the right coverage plan for you. Great insurance at lower rates? Start looking on Credit Karma today.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. Every Sunday, the Patriots fight for New England on the field. And every day, Catches Law fights for New Englanders off the field. For over 40 years, we've been more than attorneys. We've been neighbors, parents, fans, and friends. We've fought for hardworking families, injured workers, and people who simply need someone in their corner. That's why the Patriots named us their official law firm. Because when it comes to standing up for our community, Catches Law shows up every day.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Back live in lovely Fort Myers. We're at Hammond Stadium on a Wednesday afternoon for the Red Sox and Minnesota Twins. Cooper Boardman here with you. Will Fleming along in a moment, and I can be the latest to say happy spring, at least to those here, maybe not all the way back in Boston. Red Sox and Twins getting ready for the second of their spring meetings in the Grapefruit League. Let's get you the starting lineups first for the Boston Red Sox on the road, and it's a pretty representative lineup. Short trip across town, led by Roman Anthony in the leadoff spot. He will take the first cuts of the day against the Minnesota Twins starter Cody Funderburk. Ceddanne Rafaela, the center fielder, bats second. He's followed by the rest of the outfield. Jarren Duran, he is the right fielder. Batting cleanup, the catcher Carlos Narvaez. He's followed by Wilyer Abreu, the left fielder, batting fifth. Batting sixth, Nick Sogard gets a start at third base today. We'll see him all over the diamond as the spring progresses. Andrew Monasterio bats seventh and plays short. Nathan Hickey hits eighth and plays first base. And Brendan Rodgers, the second baseman, bats ninth to round out the Red Sox lineup, who were 2-2 in the first four games of Grapefruit League action. Johan Oviedo will take the mound for his first spring start against this Minnesota lineup at 2-3. Cody Funderburk is their starting pitcher. Byron Buxton gets the start, the center fielder, followed by Trevor Larnach, the DH. Batting third, the second baseman, Luke Keeschall, had an outstanding rookie season last year. Matt Wallner hits cleanup, the right fielder. Ryan Jeffords bats fifth, the catcher. Cody Clemens hits sixth, the first baseman. Batting seventh, to shortstop Brooks Lee. Austin Martin hits eighth, the left fielder. And batting ninth, Gio Urshela, the third baseman for manager Derek Shelton, former Pirates manager, now managing the Minnesota Twins. 68 degrees and sunny. I shoveled my car off yesterday in Boston, so I'm enjoying this. Blue skies overhead, some light clouds in the distance, the palm trees waving in the wind beyond the right field wall. And it's Red Sox and Twins on another lovely Wednesday afternoon here from the west coast of Florida. Sox in the bright red jerseys and the gray pants. Twins head to toe in their home whites. Roman Anthony in that red jersey is on his way to the plate. He will face the left-handed reliever, today a starter, Cody Funderburk. Anthony, Ceddanne Rafaela, and Jarren Duran at the top of the Red Sox lineup against Funderburk. And for the play-by-play, it is the one, the only, Will Fleming.
Great to be back with you, Cooper.
Back at you.
Made it out of Logan. Apparently the first flight out. Snowy New England. Here's Roman Anthony against the lefty Funderburk. First pitch of the ball game is a fastball in there for a strike, and we are underway at 1:06 p.m. Not to rub salt in the wounds, but the temperatures finally feel a little bit more like Florida. High 60s, bright sunshine, blue skies ahead as Roman takes another fastball for another strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-2. Roman is going to call for time. Yesterday was the Challenge Fest, and the Red Sox won their first 5. It was kind of an eyesore for the home plate umpire at JetBlue Park. It is 0-2 to Roman, who takes a breaking ball from Funderburk, who broke into the big leagues in 2023 with the Twins. He's really been a back-and-forth yo-yo pitcher between their AAA affiliate in St. Paul and the Twins. The 1-2 to Roman misses high and in, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Roman is 3 for his first 8 in spring training. He'll be off to play for Team USA in the WBC. Rests the bat on his left shoulder. Now stares out at Funderburk. Pitch is low and outside, so this is a pretty typical Roman at-bat. 0-2 to 3-2. And of all the many things he did last year before the injury really hamstrung the Red Sox chances, I thought some of the big swings against lefties were the most important moments.
No question. The guy who gets his swing off no matter who's on the mound.
3-2 to Roman is driven high into shallow center field. Byron Buxton, one of the more smooth defensive players in all of baseball comes in to make the play with the shades on, and there's one down.
Minnesota defense. Cody Clemens is at first base. Luke Keyshaw plays second. Gio Urshela at third. Brooks Lee at short. Outfield left to right goes Austin Martin Buxton, you just heard. And Matt Wallner with Ryan Jeffers behind the plate for Cody Funderburk.
These are tumultuous times for the Minnesota Twins. They went through such a period of postseason relevance as Cedon, who homered yesterday, digs in, and he takes a fastball outside. 4-1, but it's been 2 totally mediocre seasons. They've kind of been in between whether to add, whether to sell off, and I think all those questions loom over this upcoming season. 1-0 from Funderburk to Cedon. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got off his A+ swing there, a little tardy on a fastball, and it's 1-1.
The strangest rebuild in baseball, because I don't think anybody's sure if it's a rebuild or not.
I think most people who follow the club think that the first half will determine what really they become in the next many years, as Cedon got fooled by a breaking ball and spoils it foul on the first base side.
It's a good rotation still. I find them, I didn't think we were getting here a minute in, but I think they are the most interesting rotation in baseball. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know.
Pablo Lopez, in many ways their ace, has his second Tommy John surgery today. The 1-2 to Cedon. Swing and a miss. He was not getting cheated in that at-bat. He's blown away by a fastball up at the top of the zone. And just like that, they're 2 down. So Lopez is gone. They had a huge scare with Joe Ryan. And the backdrop of this season is simple for the Twins. They have all these assets that are very valuable and appealing to other teams. They decided not to move Joe Ryan in the offseason. But does the injury to Lopez and does the beginning of the season really decide what they choose to do? As Duran fouls one off, straight back to the screen, and it's 0-1. They've been, in some ways, a case study of the mid-market team whose TV revenues dropped, and their fan base is enraged by what they have and have not especially done. 1-1 to Jaron, 2 down, base is empty in the first. The pitch is ripped on a line off the glove of the third baseman Urshela. And Jaron Duran is the game's first base runner. That was an encouraging swing from Duran, who's looked balanced and locked in to start camp.
For so many years with Jaron, you talk to the people that have been around his swing, especially left on left, he's got to go the other way. And so to see 103 off the bat the other way on February 25th, that is a very good sign.
I'm going to bring up Carlos Narvaez. And, of course, as always, Jaron becomes one of the compelling protagonists of the upcoming season for the Red Sox. He's got a big lead over at first, and Funderburk tests him with a throw there. You know, on the one hand, Jaron, you'd want to say all the rumors in the offseason, all the drama around whether he would or would not be on the roster would motivate him and drive him to a year like he had 2 seasons ago. And that is very much in play. The pitch to Carlos Narvaez is a sinker that misses outside for ball 1. But that is a story yet to be written, how much he can block out all the outside distractions. And frankly, this season, possibility he may not be given all the opportunities that he's had in the past as Narvaez takes a strike. All Red Sox fans know that the outfield is crowded, and it looks like Wilyer Abreu's about to be a star. Roman Anthony is Roman Anthony. Cedon, the best defensive center fielder in the game. So
a new way to challenge myself.
Where does Duran fit in the lineup? 1-1 is a little looper into shallow center field. That's down for a hit in front of Buxton, who plays it on one hop. And the Red Sox have something going with 2 on and 2 out in this top of the first.
What did Jared say the other day? Well, if I'm the DH, I'll be the fastest DH in baseball.
And that is true, and it's also a luxury for the Red Sox to have, to be able to mix and match. But do they trust him enough against lefties, especially in that DH role? Now, the injury to Romy Gonzalez probably opens the door, at least early on, for Jaron to have some more opportunities. Romy admitted just this morning that he is probably not going to be ready for opening day. Here's Wilyer Abreu, who very nearly homered yesterday. He takes a fastball that's just outside for ball 1. I've said it 3 times, if not 30, in this camp. I think Wilyer Abreu is going to be the breakout guy for the Red Sox this season. 1-0, the pitch is lined on the ground to third. What a diving stop by Urshela from his backside. He throws to first. That is spectacular to get Abreu down there. That is a Gold Glove level play to rob Abreu of a hit and the Red Sox of a run. Hard contact, but Tip your cap. We go to the bottom of the first inning. We'll get our first look at Johan Oviedo in a Red Sox jersey right after this. No score on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Joe Haggerty, Hockey Insider here. My whole life, I have not been what you'd call svelte. That's not exactly breaking news. And for years, if anyone asked how I'd felt, I'd say, I'm fine. And I believed it. But after just 1 week with Awaken 180, down 9.5 pounds, I feel really good. And what really hit me wasn't just the number. It was realizing how bad I'd actually started feeling and just gotten used to it. I'm sleeping better. I'm in a better mood. My focus and energy are through the roof compared to where they were. Truth is, I didn't even start Awaken 180 to feel better. I started because I've got kids. I want to keep active and coaching them in hockey. I want to be around years from now for them. I can't control everything in life, but I can control my health. So that's what I'm doing. If you've been telling yourself you're fine, maybe it's time to find out what better actually feels like. Do what I did and make that call to Awaken 180, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The holidays are over. The relatives are gone. But in your guest bathroom, something's lingering. Between the potato peels in the disposal and the gifts.
You're out of air freshener, you know that?
Your family left in the plumbing. Your pipes are screaming for help. Don't DIY your way into a flood. Call the experts at Drains by James. They've seen it all. They've smelt it all and fixed it all. Drains by James. Because let's be honest, they give a poop about your pipes. Check out drainsbyjames.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Johan Oviedo, for the first time in a Red Sox uniform, is on the mound here at Hammond Stadium. You'll see Byron Buxton, then Trevor Larnach and Luke Keishall. High expectations for this young man. Big acquisition for the password in the offseason from the Pittsburgh Pirates. He started his career after signing out of Cuba with the St. Louis Cardinals, and the massive right-hander winds and throws, and a fastball is right in there for a strike, 92 miles an hour. And it is 0-1 to Byron Buxton. In some ways, Oviedo is going to be the latest chapter in the examination of Craig Breslow's identification and development of pitchers. The 0-1 to Buxton looks really good, but is called a ball. The home plate umpire, surprise, surprise, is Brian Honora. I think he just has residence in Fort Myers this month. Marvin Hudson, Manny Gonzalez, and Derek Thomas have the bases today. They'll rotate all around. Buxton's got a little different looking stance here to start camp, and he's drilled with a fastball up and in. That's the last thing the Twins want to see after they've already lost Pablo Lopez and had the scare with Joe Ryan. This right-hander Oviedo, 27 years old, born in Havana as Buxton, is okay. He's got an electric fastball, big extension, big projectable frame and body. So there's so many things that tantalize Craig and the Red Sox pitching development program. A guy who was sidelined for the majority of last season with a lat injury. Came on late in the season. Effective for the Pirates. A strike on the outside corner, including one against the Red Sox at Fenway Park. I mean, you can tell the body, the arm, the life. That was 95 miles an hour.
I remember I was sitting in the booth for that game, and watching him pitch, you were sitting there like, oh, wow. Stuff had always been there, but he had the command dialed in.
Trevor Larnach is the batter. He's behind 0-1. The runner goes. Buxton. Here's a pop foul on the third base side. Well, that is an amazing departure for Buxton and the Minnesota Twins, because it was not long ago that even in regular season games, Buxton was forbidden from running because of the injury history. So that tells you he's feeling really good, and that is so important for these Twins.
Probably put him on the short list of the most underrated players of baseball, and there's always been belief in what his talent could be, but now that he's playing games, and he played career high in games last year.
0-2 to Larnach. The pitch. He is a little bit outside. Oviedo has got the full repertoire. I think the focus for him this camp is the effectiveness of that slider that he's got. Throws a four-seamer, slider, curveball, two-seamer, and a changeup. Buxton's got a medium-sized lead, held over there at first by Nathan Hickey. Pitch to Larnach is a little bit high, fastball, and it's 2-2. And not to belabor the point, but I think Buxton's health, production, the record of the team is just another example of if they wanted to move on from Joe Ryan and Byron Buxton and some of these other veteran players, they could get an enormous haul and start a true rebuild. The 2-2 is a little bit inside. They're not used to that in Minnesota. The division is what it is. It's certainly not the powerhouses that some of the others are. And so I think it's just kind of a delicate decision for the Twins, who've moved on from Derek Falvey. They got a whole new baseball ops department going as Oviedo checks in on Buxton, who is sort of leaning to second.
You said it earlier, and it's what's been said around Minnesota, which is, hey, we'll see where we're at as we get closer to the deadline. If we got to sell off, we will. I find that narrative really bizarre because it's almost impossible to be out of it when you're the American League Central.
3 balls and 2 strikes. They got out to an awful start last year. Buxton runs again, but Oviedo misses outside with a slider that looked a little loopy, and so the Twins have the first 2 base runners aboard.
Yeah, he's not had the slider command yet, and that's the pitch that he hit Buxton on. That's the pitch he misses 3-2 there. Sitting and watching Oviedo in a live BP session last week, fastball was pretty good. His first up was pretty good. He sat down, he came back out, and at that point he lost slider command, and he was frustrated about it. And it's, again, it's February 25th, but that is probably the pitch and that command.
Here's Luke Keyshaw, who has an excuse me swing. Grounder on the third base side. Narvaez comes out of his crouch to pick it up with a barehanded throw to first, and an effective swinging bunt for the first down of the inning.
And that was on the slider. It's a little Scherzer-esque in terms of movement. It's that kind of loop little at the end as opposed to something that's a little bit more sweepy out of the right hand of Oviedo. But it's the pitch that probably is going to decide whether he's on the opening day roster or not.
Derek Shelton has come over, the new manager for the Minnesota Twins. Moved on from Rocco Baldelli. The Woonsocket Rocket as the Twins have him at second and third. The infield is in. Pitch is a beautiful fastball. There's real life on that pitch. 94 on the corner, and it's 0-1. Your point is very well taken. It's the last week of February. There's a lot of time to see these pitchers settle in and find their way toward the opening day roster. 0-1. In the dirt. That was a curveball that bounced in. But it is important to realize that for the first time in so long, the Red Sox have true depth of starting pitching. And all of these guys are intertwined. It's not just Connolly Early, who looked awesome a couple of days ago. It's not only Payton Tolley, who will pitch behind Crochet tomorrow. 1-1. Pitch is a little bit outside. Curveball. It's close. Carlos Narvaez liked the location of that pitch. He does not challenge. And it's 2-1, but we're hearing reports that Patrick Sandoval looks fabulous. Through 94 and 95 in a live batting practice session the other day. So they have options. And all that to say, Oviedo, no guarantee at all that he's in that opening day starting rotation. 2-1 with the infield drawn in. The pitch that missed very badly. Slider yanked down and in. And it's 3-1. He's thrown at least 18, 20 pitches to start this thing. He is really laboring, is Johan Oviedo. 3-1. Second and third for the Twins. Cedon is way back into the left center field gap, and at the very last minute, time is called. And is that a violation? It is. So they'll call an automatic ball on a Oviedo who, it's safe to say, is not exactly comfortable in his Red Sox debut.
Yeah, these are really interesting outings, right? So it's early, and it's his first 2 innings in a Red Sox uniform, and it's February 25th, and he's trying to figure it out. And also, he's in that competition that you just outlined, and this is an outing that he's being judged on. These are things that matter, and I'm sure that is, trying to put yourself in his mind right now. I'm sure that is a very weird battle to be in the middle of.
He's not a small man at all. And the Red Sox have such high expectations for him. Here is Ryan Jeffers, another guy who, if the Twins decided to go in that other direction, would be super appealing to teams. Right-handed hitter, takes a strike on the outside corner. This guy, Ryan Jeffers, has become, you talk about Buxton being underrated. This is one of the underrated offensive catchers in the whole sport. Bases loaded with 1 down. I'm sure the Red Sox bullpen will start to cook here very soon. The pitch is a chopper that might be two, softly hit up the middle. The shortstop Monasterio to second for one. Over to first, two. Double play. The ultimate, just what the doctor ordered. And that's a really nice job by Monasterio, Rogers, and Hickey to turn two and get Oviedo out of a massive, massive jam. We go to the second inning scoreless on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. Take the first step. Visit CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
For 35 years, Avelinos has been Medford's kitchen. They're famous for huge portions and massive 14-inch subs, but they're also your event headquarters. Planning a corporate meeting or private party? Book their beautiful, spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Or let their catering team bring the feast to you with packages starting at just $10 a head. From boardroom to dining room, nobody feeds Boston like Avelinos does. When you want the best, you know where to go. Go Avelino.com. That's GoAvelino.com.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, it's Greg, and I'm proud to team up with Service Credit Union for protecting our communities to shine a light on the staffing crisis facing Massachusetts first responders. We need you to ask your state and local leaders to provide the necessary funding to properly staff and train the police, firefighters, and EMTs who keep our communities safe. Thank you.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Nick Sogard is going to lead it off against longtime veteran reliever Andrew Chafin. Southpaw against Sogard, who will flip it around a bat from the right side. This is incredible. I mean, Chafin broke into the big leagues in 2014. He's been all over the place. He's still got the same look, throwback, long curly hair, pants at the knees. The pitch to Sogard is a strike on the outside corner.
Every year, he's not exactly a guy I think about all that often. But every year, whether it's a spring training game or you're watching some game on a Tuesday night, and he comes in, you're like, oh, he still looks like that.
Here is Sogard looking at a pitch that misses outside. He is certainly distinctive. Last year with the Nationals and Angels, for whatever reason, I most associate him with the Tigers and D-backs. He broke in with Arizona, as I said, 13 seasons ago. 1-1 is a strike on the outside corner. Sogard's an interesting piece for this Red Sox club. We saw it last year, how important he can be, how valuable. 1-2. Pitch is a soft ground ball on the right side. The first baseman, Cody Clemens, has got it. He'll take it himself, trotting to the bag to retire Sogard. The arrival of this hitter, Andrew Monasterio, sort of clouds and complicates the infield picture. They've got so many choices. I think it's a lock that Caleb Durbin is on the opening day roster. It is. Whether he plays third or second, he's got a spot. And there are all these other people like Monasterio, like Sogard, and I do think it's fair to say Marcelo Meyer is in that mix of people who are looking to solidify jobs. Monasterio has looked really impressive in camp. Right-handed hitter as Chafin throws, and Monasterio takes a little bit low and outside, ball one.
I think what's really interesting about that situation on the infield is usually like there's one guy who's out of options, and so you feel like, all right, he'll be on the opening day roster just so they can kind of string this out a little bit further. All these guys still have options.
1-0 fouled off, and that's by design. That's the roster that Craig Breslow wants to build, especially with pitchers, but certainly with the position group as well, where you can just move them and mix and match all the season long. 1-1, the pitch. Just a little bit outside.
And it makes it a real competition. Not that it's not always a competition, but it makes it, they're going to take the guy that's playing the best when we, break camp here.
They brought Kiner Falefa over as well. I mean, they're so deep on the infield. The 2-1 is a little bit outside. Even if I think the fan base is a little disappointed they didn't make a more impactful sort of headline star acquisition on the infield. And, of course, looming over all of these things, whether it's Duran as the DH or other things, is what's going to happen with Yoshida. The 3-1 pitch is a little bit outside, and so the Red Sox have a one-out walk for Andrew Monasterio.
Right, that DH spot, Yoshida, you presume will be there unless something changes dramatically in the next few weeks, which is, of course, always possible. Where does Tristan Casas fit into that picture, too? He won't be ready till May, but when he's ready, if he's who he's has been when healthy.
Here's Nathan Hickey, who's today's first baseman. He takes a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. Lots of moving pieces. Yoshida's already off to the WBC. I think the best outcome for everyone on so many levels is if Massa just goes off again in that tournament. A 1 strike. I mean, Alex Cora said the other day that Massa's one of their best hitters. And a guy who had a very hard time finding the field last year, but then by the end at Yankee Stadium and in that playoff push, he really did, even without power, prove his offensive worth as a throw to first. Chases Monasterio back.
Again, if you look at his numbers, and again, there have been really high peaks and really low values in his few years. If you look at him, on average, he has been an above-average major league hitter for the last few years.
0-2 down in a way. And again, it's not a reflection or a commentary on the overall player that is Yoshida. It's not his fault that this team or this roster has too many other people that sort of fill the roles that he might be best suited to fill. So that does, I think, continue to loom over camp. The runner goes, Monasterio, and what a great early jump. He went on first move, and he gambled properly. He's into second base with a steal as the pitch missed outside to Nathan Hickey.
You go back to the competition part of it. Andrew Monasterio looks like a guy who's fighting very hard for a roster spot.
Well, and again, it's only the first week of camp. Things can change, but he looks like a guy who deserves one so far. Here's a little pop foul in on the fist. Hickey spoiled it straight back, and it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. How great it is to have Alvaro Hernandez back with us in the booth. My blood pressure is so much lower today, knowing that Al is going to run the show here. Doug has invented these new whiteboards as Hickey drives one high and deep into right field. It'll hang up, though, for Wallner, who in the end has to leap up right in front of the warning track to make the play. And so Monasterio has to hold at second. Al has just assiduously, for years and years, been the best monitor for all these ridiculous spring training changes in games. He's got an incredible system. You show up there, the walls are plastered with rosters and pronunciation guides. He knows the roster inside and out. And Al was very funny when he walked in and saw these whiteboards today. He said, I got to call the union. I think you're trying to work me out of a job. Here's Brendan Rodgers, right-handed hitter, takes low.
There's no AI version of this, right?
No, this is it. I mean, that's the thing. Al has already done the right thing. He crossed out Funderburk. We got Andrew Chafin on here. We're going as analog as possible. The 1-0 pitch to Rodgers misses outside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. But it is great to see Al again. He's hung up his spikes at least for the next 5-6 days. Guy who plays more baseball than watches. Yeah, it's nonstop. Tournament ended yesterday. The 2-0 pitch is a strike on the inside corner, but his love of baseball, of Red Sox baseball, of our broadcast is something that is not lost on me, and it is a delight to be back with Al again. No score, top 2. And Doug is relieved, too, because he can focus on whatever it is that he watches on his computer during games and peel some oranges as Rodgers takes a changeup that misses outside. It's 3-1.
As someone who has sat next to Doug for many, many hours while he's on Instagram Reels, that is a scary place.
And just to be clear, most of the time it is like underwater wildlife scenes as the right-handed hitting Rodgers takes a changeup that misses low, and that's ball 4.
Look at how big this shark is. It's the 6th inning. I can't really do that right now.
So now an opportunity for the Red Sox Roman Anthony comes in, 2 on and 2 out. Doug has had himself a day. I mean, he got up really before sunrise. The Greg Hill show came down. They had Willier Abreu and Sam Kennedy and Jason Varitek. Really cool to hear that show on the Monster. Here's Roman, who takes a strike on the outside corner from Chapin, and it's 0-1. But, I mean, Doug is managing our broadcast. He's setting up the set for that show and just running himself on both ends. So nice to give him a little break on the substitutions today. Roman tried to check his swing. Did he? Wow. And they'll say he did. Maybe a little superstar respect there. I thought maybe he went around, but they say no, and it's 1-1.
You don't have money. You have money. Then when you...
So enticing to think about what Anthony might do over a full 162 this year. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is a strike. He's taken a lot of pitches here today, and he just challenged. Now, it looked good from here, but I would say that Roman may know better than most normal people.
He'll win this, I think.
You got the graphic up on the board, and you got it. It is a ball down and in. I've said it. He's going to be the guy on this team and maybe in all of baseball who benefits more from ABS.
So I just want to say this, having been in AAA with these guys and then see them in the major leagues, is that so often you kind of get 2 different versions of these hitters between AAA and the big leagues. And often the guy at AAA is better because he sees more balls.
2-1 pitch is ripped on a hop to first base. It's picked beautifully by Clemens. He'll take it to first. That's not very nice. Clemens robbing a Red Sox hitter, but he does so, and that'll send us to the bottom of the second. Oviedo looking to settle in a little bit. No scores, Sox and Twins. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is Scott McFarlane of McFarlane Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarlane Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at McFarlaneEnergy.com.
Coleman.
It's electric.
Your house was wired in World War I. Need to change it? Call Coleman Electric. You have to charge your new electric vehicle 10 hours to go 2 miles. Call Coleman. Your panel doesn't have enough amps to light 2 lamps. Call Coleman Electric. Everybody knows Coleman Electric, but nobody knows how to spell it. It's not Coleman, it's Coleman. I know, same thing, right? That's the problem. But our Coleman is German, like Colonel Klink, so it starts with a K. Yeah, let me spell it for you. Kuhlman. I know, not easy. People search Coleman Electric and end up with a coleslaw recipe. Worse yet, there's a Coleman funeral home. Folks lose power, they call the funeral home and say, hey, my entire house is dead. Can you give me a quote? It's embarrassing. Just saying there's a big difference between a mortician and an electrician. So next time you have a power problem or project, type Kuhlman and click on that little call thing, and Coleman Electric will be at your place in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, they'll be there quicker. When you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cody Clemens made the great play on Roman Anthony to end the top of this second inning. Leads off in the bottom half. Johan Oviedo fires the first pitch strike. Good looking slider on the outside corner, and it is 0-1. It does finally feel like Florida, just bright blue skies, warm temps, and only going to go up through the week as the pitch misses outside. Change up, and it's 1-1. I can't believe it. It's snowing again in New England. Another inch or so. Not to rub it in, we are thinking about all of you up there. It's just miserable conditions. People have been waiting 2 days for plows to come down their streets, for electricity to be turned back on as Oviedo throws a fastball that misses down and in. It's 2-1.
It is crazy, and I flew in yesterday somehow, some way, after shoveling I was shoveling my car, out of the spot.
2-1, swing and a miss. Well, you're such a muscular man.
Well,
it must have been easy work
you could
for
see
you.
I've bulked up since last year. I was doing that, and every time the shovel went in, I went Fort Myers, Fort Myers, Fort Myers.
Worth it. It paid off. You got out on a flight, and think most people are hoping that the snow stays away, although there's more in the forecast as Oviedo is just not sharp today. He misses down and in with a fastball, and it's 3-2.
It's insane. I was on the first flight out of Logan Airport. Thank you to our friends at JetBlue, JetBlue Park.
Yeah.
The captain announced it, and the whole plane started cheering.
We are going to taxi and take off. Payoff pitch from Oviedo comes home, and he misses badly, way up and outside. Again, you don't want to read too much into this stuff. It's early in spring, but he is not razor sharp to start this one.
And I think this matters, too. Not just, hey, he doesn't have command to start an inning. It's, all right, he had an inning where he didn't have command. He sat. And now he comes back out. How do you make it different second time around?
Here's Brooks Lee, a left-handed hitter. Oviedo, straight back leg. He comes home, and he misses outside with a fastball. A little anger behind that one. It was 94 miles an hour. Just not in much of a groove at all here today. Sets his glove right outside his right ear, and he comes home. That one was good. Good curveball at the bottom of the zone. Although, they put that up as a curve. That looked kind of slider-ish. We'll see. Either way, it bends in there. And now a challenge from Brooks Lee. I've been such a huge fan of the ABS system. You and I talked about it so often after you were exposed to it in the minor leagues. Graphic up on the board, and it is low. It is a ball. So that's another miss for Brian Onora. And I'm sort of torn on this because umpires do such a great job at calling balls and strikes. By and large, the way that they do their work is impressive. But we saw it yesterday. Now 2 misses again today, a strike on the outside corner. On the one hand, you feel a little empathy. They're exposed. They're out in the spotlight on these big league diamonds, and they're just proven to be wrong. In many cases over and over again, but it's for the better of the sport by far. 1-2. Throw it at first.
I really do think, and I'm not remotely the first person to say this, but just having watched it now at AAA over a very long sample size over the last 2 years, I think you're going to be surprised. I mean, the collective view, you're going to be surprised at how good the umpires are most of the time.
2-1 pitch to Brooks Lee, popped up. Down the third base line. Back on it goes Sogard. Monasterio over with him. And in the end, Abreu watches it fall between him. That was terrible communication by the Red Sox. That ball needed to be caught. They had 3 guys in the vicinity. Now it's windy, it's sunny, it's high skies, but that's a ball that needs to be handled. It is not, and the Twins have 2 on with nobody out.
Yeah, I'll put that in the Grapefruit League scrapbook.
Well, of course, Willier is going to play left field for Venezuela, so he's over there. A different looking angle for him. Monasterio, the shortstop, Sogard, who's pretty comfortable at third. These guys, that triad has not been together at all.
No, not at all. And it's not Sogard's ball by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not really sure where Abreu was playing. I guess pretty deep, but...
With a left-handed hitter up there, too. Here is Austin Martin, who lines one into center field, but tracking back on it is Cedon. He's got no difficulty there. I mean, in truth, I think it really is probably Monasterio's ball behind the third base bag, as it is. 2 on with 1 out. I've loved the challenge system so far. It works quickly. We get the important ones right. Ian Brown just put out a post that I hadn't heard this, but I guess Roman admitted that he, in the minor leagues, maybe got a little bit too greedy with the ABS system. I mean, with his eye, why not? He's the guy I think truly, other than Contreras, I think I trust the most on the whole roster to challenge pitches as Gio Urshela takes a slider for strike 1.
Yeah, the word greedy is intriguing because it's not that he's wrong very often. But with only 2 challenges, and it's a small number, and I think it's the right number, having seen what 3 looks like, and it's a little ridiculous.
0-1. Outside throw behind from Narvaez. They got him at first. No. Well, if we had challenge, that would be an out at first base. We're not going to challenge plays in the spring training season. I thought for certain Brooks Lee was out there at first base.
I'm with you. I think Brooks did, too.
I mean, he tagged him on the chest before the hand was on the bag. Spring training for everybody. It's amazing how the addition of 1 challenge allows people to be even a little bit more eager to do it, especially early in games, as Urshela fouls one off on the first base side.
The greedy part of it with that is, if you lose one challenge, it puts you at a significant deficit early in games. And there were a lot of times, especially in AAA, where if you run through them in the first 2 innings.
1-2 is dropped by Narvaez. That'll be a wild pitch, I think. That looked to be way low and outside with a kind of a yanked fastball there from Oviedo, and the runners move up to second and third.
But you will see it, as you watch Red Sox games, and hopefully it's not the Red Sox side of it, but as you watch baseball this year, there will be times where guys will in a moment of anger or frustration, let a challenge loose that they never should, with nobody on and 1 out in a 3-0 game or something, and you're going to be yelling at your television about it.
2-2. He is outside. Alex Cora said early on he wants all the guys to challenge early. He wants no challenges to remain in the 5th inning. He wants the starters and the regulars to use them. But in the final week of the season, he wants to talk strategy. And that is such a fascinating element of this thing. Second and third, infield in with 1 down, no score in the second. The pitch, that's a good one. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. And as important as a pitch can be this early in spring training, that was a big one for Oviedo, and it's the last he will throw because Alex Cora is coming out. It was a little shaky for Oviedo, but he made some pitches when he needed to. Alex Cora pats him on the back, takes the ball, and that is that for the big right-hander here in his Red Sox spring debut. Bullpen door swings open. We'll tell you who comes on for the Sox right after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Subaru of New England, Washington's birthday sales event is here. Feel the freedom of driving the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid with symmetrical all-wheel drive for all-weather adventure. Buy with 0% financing or lease for just $269 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Feel the freedom when you're driving in a Subaru. Come on!
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. Every Sunday, the Patriots fight for New England on the field. And every day, Catches Law fights for New Englanders off the field. For over 40 years, we've been more than attorneys. We've been neighbors, parents, fans, and friends. We've fought for hardworking families, injured workers, and people who simply need someone in their corner. That's why the Patriots named us their official law firm. Because when it comes to standing up for our community, Catches Law shows up every day.
Jay Ulmer, who spent last year at Salem, is on for the Red Sox, the right-hander. Here it's a little bit of a jam here with second and third for the Twins, a 2 down in the bottom of the second. Will Fleming, Cooper Boardman talking about the strategy behind ABS and how that will evolve throughout spring training and into the season. It does fascinate me. And as we introduced the pitch clock and all the new rules, people had real hesitation about how those would work. It seems to me there's pretty universal acceptance of the challenge system, and it's not only does it get pitches right, but then you add in that strategy element. I think it could turn out to be an enormous positive.
Again, I've lived the science experiment the last few years at AAA. When every pitch was called by it, automatic balls and strikes. When the zone was created differently in all this, and there's no question, and I feel this way, but coaches and players and everyone who lived through it, that we are at the best version of it, and it wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
Here's Byron Buxton, who pops the first pitch back at first base. What a cool moment that is for Jay Ulmer, who comes in and on one pitch gets one of the great veteran players in the game to end the inning. The Red Sox have sort of flirted with danger here today, but so far they have not yielded. No score after 2. From the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It's Truck Month with the Ford Crew.
Care for a Truck Month trivia contest, Sam?
Ooh, I can't resist, Hank.
Okay, fact. Truck Month happens only once a year.
Fact. It's the best time to buy a new Ford truck.
Fact. Ford F-Series is the best-selling lineup of trucks in America for 49 years.
Fact. America loves Ford Truck Month.
Fact. I agree with that fact.
Based on 1977 to 2025 CY industry reported total sales.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Central Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cedar Rafaela swings at the first pitch and loops it foul over the tarp. On the first base side, he is behind 0-1. And thrilled for the first time in the Grapefruit League to welcome for the play-by-play. Here's Cooper Boardman.
All right, well, happy spring.
Indeed.
Can't believe Cedar swung at the first pitch. Facing Justin Topa. Third inning, no score, Red Sox and Twins. Cedar line drive down the left field line. That's a base hit, and that's headed for the corner. He's around first as he loses his helmet, and he'll pull into second with a leadoff double in the third.
Another great swing. He homered yesterday. That's what they want from him. Find strikes, pull them hard on the left side of the field. I do think it's worth getting into a little bit here as we move on. I thought it was fascinating seeing Kyle Hudson talking to Brian Onora before the half inning because Major League Baseball made a new rule. I mean, it was such a big story. Teams trying to figure out who was tipping pitches and relay them to hitters, and the Red Sox were right in the middle of that, especially late in the season.
Cedar off second. Jaron Duran, the batter. He takes a fastball high. No question. It was one of those rules that I think probably the casual observer might have been like, well, they're enforcing that? Really? But it's been a huge conversation in dugouts and clubhouses. Swing and a miss, 1-1 on a changeup down and away from Topa.
Well, we saw it over and over again. Of course, Kyle and Jose David Flores got into it with Anderson and the Angels last year. He is at the very near end, closest to home plate right now is Kyle Hudson.
1-1 from Justin Topa. Jaron swings, ground ball, right side at the first baseman. Clemens on a short hop pickup. He shovels along to first. Topa covering, makes the catch, steps on the bag. Duran robbed of a hit, but Rafaela moves from second to third, and there's one down here in the third.
Well, and it got a little bit out of hand at the end of the season, too, Cooper, with the Yankees and Astros and other teams. With people, in some ways, it was almost like gamesmanship and bluffing, dancing around at second base, putting a hand out here and there.
The way things are now, where, you know, and stealing signs in some capacity has been around for as long as baseball has existed. And that's one thing, but the way that cameras are and things like that now is you can get a lot more information than you ever did, and it's unenforceable even if Major League Baseball wanted to, as Carlos Narvaez takes inside with the infield in for ball one.
Well, I can just tell you this, that the Red Sox base coaches put in more work on trying to understand what might be a giveaway for a certain pitcher to do a certain thing, whether it's an off-speed or a breaking ball.
1-0. Narvaez ticks it back foul.
And when they were doing it last year, it was very much within the scope of the rules. And I think, I will say, I love that they sought that competitive edge. It got a little much for me by the end of the season. And I think what baseball is doing is saying, all right, do your best, but we can't have you halfway down the line trying to sneak something else from a catcher or a pitcher.
No question. I think it was, again, 1-1. That's fastball high is all of this is within the rules, and it's totally fine, and everybody's doing it, and it's actually really interesting kind of check on your intelligence level and you know how well you can do it, and if you can do it well, it's a great competitive advantage. That was just an obvious guardrail. Pitch inside, 3-1 on Narvaez.
But it will not stop the Red Sox from seeking every single competitive edge, and those two guys work so tirelessly. I mean, I'm telling you, it's hours and hours of video review before every series.
3 balls, 1 strike. Pitch from Topa is swung on in line. Foul down the left field line. Foul by maybe 6 inches on the dirt left side from Narvaez.
I think Carlos is a guy we'll see challenge a bunch, both behind the plate and in the batter's box. Obviously, Contreras is going to be active there. We've talked about Roman Anthony, how good he will be at it.
Infield in, 1 down, no score. Cedon Rafael is the game's first run, leading off of third. 3-2 is a called strike 3, and here's a Narvaez challenge.
I looked outside to me. He's walking pretty confidently down the first base line as if he's certain this will be overturned.
So we'll all look up at the board. It's either a strikeout or a walk for Narvaez. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. It is outside, ball 4. He wins a challenge.
So that's 3 for 3 for the Red Sox so far in this game.
2.6-inch miss from the home plate umpire, Brian O'Nora.
Which, you know, again, when these umpires got graded the last decade or so, you talk to the supervisor of umpires and say, that was an awful game. They'd say, not by our metrics. We grade them and give that extra inch or 2 off the plate. And again, I'm thrilled that we're not doing that anymore. A strike is a strike.
The Red Sox get, you know, it's a situation where you realize how massive one pitch is. He's on first base. First pitch is lined through the hole on the right side, a base hit from Wilyer Abreu. Cedon comes home to score, and the Red Sox take a 1-0 lead on another shot off the bat of Wilyer here in the third.
He's going to have a big year. And you're so right about the change in outcomes based on these challenges. That right there is the case study for why it's great that we have it. I mean, instead of a runner on with 2 down, you got first and third with 1 out, and it just changes the whole inning.
Saw a middle cutter. They didn't see it for very long. Sox have men on first and second, 1 down, and Nick Sogard takes outside. And we got a challenge here.
Ooh.
Is that from the pitcher, Topa? I think it might have been. So it's a Twins challenge on what was called ball 1.
Ooh.
And it's turned over for a strike. And the count moves from 1-0 to 0-1 on Nick Sogard. There you go.
Not been a great day for Brian O'Nora either.
So the count 0-1 from Topa. Pitch is cut on and miss, and it's 0-2. Well, and think about the difference. You know, we say it so many times in OPS between 1-0 and 0-1 there for Nick Sogard. Time called.
Where it gets really interesting to me is I think when we started to have the review system and the challenges, especially over at first base, there were more calls missed than before because umpires leaned into the idea, well, if I don't get it right, they'll review and we'll get this thing right. I think the opposite might be true here.
0-2 down and away.
In that I think you're a human being. If you're in the spotlight and you're getting challenged and missing more and more pitches, who knows? Maybe it works the other way and the strike zone gets better for some of these umpires.
I can say only anecdotally, having lived at a AAA, that's absolutely right. 1-2. Pitch is just outside again. Close there. So often you would see an umpire struggle early in a game, and guys would kind of challenge him or her back into place. It was information for the umpire in the middle of a game, too, of what the zone was, which, you know, is not the ideal situation, but 2-2 is high. And how often do you hear it after a game? Well, he was giving them an inch off the outside or 3 inches off the outside. Well, if you challenge that an inning or two into the game, you change that for the rest of the game. Payoff pitch to Sogard. He takes inside, ball 4. Took a tight one outside, tight one inside, bases loaded with one down in the third.
I think what you say is true in theory, Cooper, although I think once we get to the real season, the games that matter, I really believe the challenges are going to come much more often later in games. Yeah. So I don't know how often you're going to see a zone other than we saw some in the playoffs last year where the zone was just brutal. And I think those situations, it might alter the zone in a game.
Bases loaded for Andrew Monasterio. He takes way outside, a sweeper from Topa.
But, I mean, you think about that. It's already dramatic in spring training. Think about it like a bases-loaded situation, 1-0 count in a playoff game of the World Series, how dramatic that'll be when a hitter or a catcher challenges.
Right, we're at Hammond Stadium on February 25th, and the crowd's going, oh, pitch. Outside again, 2-0.
Lou Merloni's in with us. We're going to have him on in the next half inning. And he, like I, is looking at your scoreboard like you're the weirdest person any of us have ever known. I mean, what is that?
You want to read the hieroglyphics?
Hieroglyphics with a very weird box.
Hey, we got a challenge in the middle of that. And it went from a ball to a strike, so the count's 1-1.
God, what's that, 5 now in this game, too?
1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded, 1 down, right on right. Pitch to Monasterio. He takes a sweeper way outside, 2-1.
And you know that as we get into the season, we track everything now. These clubs are going to be monitoring who gets them right and who gets them wrong. There are going to be conversations. If you're not good at challenging pitches, you can't do it.
2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch, swing, and a foul tip into the mid. Monasterio took a huge hack. It's 2-2. Just being around it at AAA day to day, there was a lot of information available in the clubhouses and talking about, this guy's done really well in challenges and this guy hasn't. This umpire does this. 2-2. Outside, 3-2.
That's the other really interesting part. I know that we'll talk to Lou about this because I'm sure when he was a ball player, you had a sense of what a zone looked like, whether it was pitcher friendly, hitter friendly. Now I think it's going to get so specific where you say, you're probably going to be right if you challenge the pitch if you're a right-handed hitter that misses a little bit away to you because he has a tendency to miss those.
Pitch. Down and away, ball 4. Bases loaded walk. Monasterio on his way to first. Narvaez on his way home. And on an RBI walk, it's 2-0 Sox in the third. The only thing that I am a little nervous about, and if you look at the AAA numbers, I think that might be the last pitch Topa throws. They haven't signaled yet as Pete Mackey, the pitching coach, comes out. There's somebody up in the Twins bullpen. The only concern that I have is if you look at AAA, where it was used widely, is the walk rate went up. And that's going to happen, I think, at the big league level. I think the biggest question is how much does it go up when you're talking about the best hitters and the best eyes in the universe?
Well, I agree with that, and yet I would say to you that I think the one thing baseball wants to avoid more than anything is the strikeout rate going up. And the zone is different. This presentation they gave us was fascinating. Umpires tend to give a little bit more on the top of the zone, a little bit more on the bottom, but they don't give the pitches on the corners. So fans have overwhelmingly said we want less strikeouts. So I think if the walk rate goes up, people will not be that upset about that.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Nathan Hickey takes a strike. And in a sport where, let's be honest, they're searching for more offense around every corner. Walks mean more offense. Bases loaded for the Sox, 1 out. Third inning. Pitch, fastball right down the middle. Finally a strike. And it's 0-2 from Justin Topa. Right on left, pitch to Hickey. He swings, fouls it back towards us. You ever get a foul ball here?
I have, actually, in this booth.
Oh.
It's so funny how different these spring games are in so many ways. If this were a real game, I mean, first of all, Topa would be out of the game, no doubt about it. He probably wouldn't be in the third inning anyway. But you'd be saying, man, he's thinking he's got to get Hickey and Rogers because Roman Anthony is waiting in the dugout.
Ground ball foul, first base side.
But in this case, it's like, well, what's his pitch count? Can he just get through this before we burn another pitcher? But I think there's a real chance this will be his last hitter.
Yeah. Has he thrown enough changeups in the outing? Breu off of third, Sogard on second, Monasterio off of first. 0-2 with one down to Nathan Hickey. And he takes a fastball upstairs, 1-2. The other thing I will say, and last thing on the challenge part of it, is it's new to all of us, at a big league level and people who watch Major League Baseball every single day. Most players that are playing in the game today have experienced it. 1-2, line foul off the facing of the first base dugout. Take a second, pause for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
We are your home for Boston College football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Bases loaded, one out, Sox leading 2-0. 1-2 from Justin Topa is a called strike 3 to Nathan Hickey, who put his hand on his head but didn't tap it. Like, I'm gonna challenge. No, not.
He thought about it. The one thing we've also learned is they want guys, you have 2 seconds to do it. And we've seen in the minor leagues videos now of where people will step out, look to the dugout, and then challenge, and that is not allowed at all.
Correct. And that has been among the most stringent enforcements over the last 2 years.
Which I think is really good.
Yeah. Because everybody will take everything they can to get an edge. Twins are going to their bullpen. Justin Topa will exit. Red Sox have the bases loaded with 2 outs, and Brendan Rodgers coming to the plate against a new Twins arm when we return. 2-0 Sox in the third. We'll step aside on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is Scott McFarland of McFarland Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarland Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at McFarlandEnergy.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 monthly plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
2-0 Red Sox. We're in the third inning in Fort Myers, playing at Hammond Park, home of the Minnesota Twins. Red Sox have the bases loaded and 2 outs. And because Minnesota's reliever Justin Topa thrown so many pitches, Eston Stoll is in the game. He's a Cedar Rapids Colonel. I just wanted to say Cedar Rapids Colonel.
Well, Lou Merlone definitely has a scouting report on him. What's up, Lou?
I don't know anything about this guy. All I can tell you is I was in my hotel room. I was bored. It's got a big league Waco down the street. Thought I'd catch about 4 or 5 innings.
Can't stay away. I love it.
Have you been to Cedar Rapids?
No.
All right. Well,
what did you say? Cedar Rapids what?
The
Colonels?
The Colonels, yeah.
All right.
So the Colonel's on the mound. He's facing Brendan Rodgers. First pitch, line drive, left field, base hit. And that should score at least 1, maybe 2. Throw to the plate's cut off. A tag on Monasterio applied by the third baseman, Urshela. Sox score 2. Abreu and Sogard home. And that will end the top of the third inning. Lou Merlone will be with us for real in the bottom of the third. Sox leading 4-0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If your heat is acting up, like strange noises, maybe not even staying on, don't gamble with Winter Comfort. Joyce Cooling and Heating is locally owned and operated for over 30 years. Trusted by homeowners across New England with a 4.9 Google rating and 5,000 customer reviews. And right now, you may qualify for rebates up to $2,400 with flexible financing options available. Get the help you can trust. Look them up at joycecool.com. That's joycecool.com.
Listen up. Are you looking to transform your living space? Visit CCL Homescapes in Abington. From expert kitchen design to custom closets manufactured, designed, and installed, CCL Homescapes specializes in creating spaces that work and look better. Thinking about the ultimate closet makeover? Our design team builds custom solutions tailored to your home, your storage needs, and your lifestyle. Get inspired in our refreshed showroom or start your project online at cclco.com. Cape Cod Lumber, 100% employee-owned and operated.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Central Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Every sandwich has bread, every burger has a bun, but these warm, golden, smooth steam buns, these are special, reserved for the very best. The Filet-O-Fish, and you can have them too.
It's Filet-O-Fish season. Get 2 for $6, or 2 10-piece McNuggets for $6, or mix and match. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Single item at regular price.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garrett Whitlock makes his second outing of the spring and delivers a fastball for a strike against Trevor Larnach. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 in the Twins lineup. Larnach, Luke Keeschall, and Matt Wallner. Sox leading 4-0 in the bottom of the third. Second pitch is a slider down and away, and the count's 1-1.
Luke, can't we just put bubble wrap around Garrett Whitlock when he goes to be with Team USA in the WBC?
Yeah, he's a concern, especially 7th, 8th inning. Whatever he gets,
chop foul.
Because those moments are so pressurized, right? You're playing for your country. We've seen the impact of that lately. He will go all out if a game is on the line late.
This game's not about results. He's working on some things. Hopefully he gets results if he accomplishes what he wants. But when you get there, it's intensity picked up. He's trying to put up a 0, trying to get it to the next guy. And there's just that little extra, right? Right now, maybe 95%. Now all of a sudden, boom, you pop it to 100. And difference.
1-2 up and away.
I think for the sport, though, it has been a good thing. That tournament has been wonderful. It's gotten eyeballs on games, and I don't know that there's a better way to do it. Like, what, are you going to have a 3-week All-Star break?
No.
I think it's the only way to accomplish it.
2-2 is outside, 3-2.
Guys have a hard enough time after 4 days off in this game to come back and kind of feel out of sync. Yeah, guys, All-Star break, my knees bother me a little bit. I don't want to go play in the All-Star game or whatever, and I just don't think it'd be quality at that time of year.
I'm excited for the world to get to see Whitlock. Like, I do think I think people in baseball appreciate him, but he's probably 3-2 grounded foul. A little underrated on a national scale.
He was overshadowed last night by Chapman last year, right? Everybody's talking about Chapman the year he had and career year for a guy that's had a long career in this game, but Whit was really right there with him for most of the year.
Facing the leadoff man here in the third inning, 4-0 Red Sox. It'll be a 3-2 pitch from Whitlock. He gets a swing and a miss. Disgusting changeup at the knees, then not. Larnach chases, 1 down.
I mean, it's Slayton, Whitlock, and Chapman at the back end of the bullpen. That's pretty well set, don't you think, Lou? What about the guys getting from a shorter start? How does the middle of the bullpen in your mind shake out?
I think you could throw Weiser in that group too. He was really good last year, and he was so good you went to him so often that there was a period, like a couple years in a row now, that a little bit of overuse points in the season.
Luke Keeschall, first pitch swing, ground ball left side. Backhand stop at third. Sogard throws across in time to get Keeschall by a step, 2 down.
But you bring up a good point because, listen, I do think the offense is somewhat underrated. Yeah. It's not going to try to win ball games 2-1. They're not going to score 650 runs. But when you are in a lot of tight ball games, it can't be Witt and Chappie every night. It's got, so Slayton, Weiser, Zach Kelly's got to find some consistency.
First pitch fastball high to Matt Wallner.
Well, don't you think that's where guys like Cutter Crawford become so important?
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll see how the rotation shakes out, but we've seen him in the bullpen before. He is lights out.
1-0. That's a fastball inside, 2-0.
But I really like that Tolley and Early are going to start, period. Yeah. Don't mess with that.
those are decisions you make. I think they're both starters, but mid-August, right? Down the stretch.
2-0 outside. The Red Sox as a team last year, bullpen ERA was a 3.41. It was the second best in baseball.
Yeah, what to do with this guy in Chapman?
3-0 is a fastball for a strike outside corner.
It's such a crazy thing. We felt it all of last year, how different it is when there are 3 outs to go. No matter the score, no matter the part of the lineup, you just feel like the game is over.
3-1, swinging a high pop-up left side on the infield. Nick Sogard walks in. Shades his eyes, jumps left, makes catch. To end the inning. Whew, indeed. 1-2-3 for Garrett Whitlock. That was an efficient 1-2-3 in the third. We're on our way to the fourth. Red Sox leading 4-0 against the Twins on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Create a space you can't wait to be in. It all starts at Frank Webb Home. With personal service and expert guidance at our local showrooms, we can help you find the bath, kitchen, and lighting solutions you need to enhance your space. With more selection and more expertise. Personal service to help you find your personal style. Visit frankweb.com to schedule a free consultation in one of our 48 showrooms across the Northeast. Make yourself at home at Frank Webb Home.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Central Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Jones and Keith.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Roman Anthony leads off in the fourth inning against the right-hander Eston Stoll. First pitch, that's a changeup for a strike against Roman. Red Sox leading the Twins 4-0 here in the fourth inning alongside Will Fleming, Lou Merlone in the house, Cooper Boardman. Another moment to watch Roman Anthony hit. The world just stops for a second. Pitch is hammered on a line, down the left field line, towards the corner. It's down, it's a hit. It skips up off the wall. Roman Anthony around first, he's on second, and he keeps doing what he does. 98 off the bat for a leadoff double in the fourth.
What's reasonable to expect from that kid this year, Lou? What do you think?
280, 285. Something in that range, and hopefully you see in 20 to 25. I don't think you're going to see the finished product of Roman Anthony. The league will adjust. He will adjust, which he has shown throughout his whole career. But I think at some point you're going to see 30 homers from this guy.
First pitch to Cedon, slice foul off to the right.
He looks like someone that's 295, flirting with 300, 25 to 30, and 400 on base, like that type of player.
The on base is where I feel like he could really run it up. I mean, he's going to hit for his power. He's going to hit, but the 0-1 is fouled back. He really does have a chance to be, to your point, a 400 on base guy.
900 OPS. Eventually. It's just that last year, this year we'll see. Teams are still trying to figure some things out. I guess he was fantastic last year. There's no question about it. There was some swing and miss, and they're going to try to find those holes, some strikeouts.
He's on second. 0-2 to Cedon. Rafaela from Eston Stoll is check swung and tick back foul, hit the catcher.
You were so close with Nomar, and he broke in so young and was so great immediately, even though he had some time in college. I mean, we're talking about with Roman, like it's Nomar, it's Mookie, like the guys who immediately get here and are just these upper-level star players.
I'm not saying he can't surprise me and be better than some of the numbers that I might mention here, but
0-2 grounded foul, third base side from Cedon.
I just respect that league a little bit too much. You know what I mean? Or maybe rightfully so. It's every night. You know, you play these teams that are so-called bad teams, and you're looking at the guy on the mound, and you're like, man, they may be bad, but he's not. You know, there's pitching everywhere. Relievers going to be targeting him. He's going to see a lot of lefties in this part of the order. That's why Story, if he does hit second, will be key, because there'll be lefties for Roman and Jaron.
One, two with a man off second. Here comes. Check swing, and that's down and away. And it's not like Roman didn't have periods where he struggled a little bit at AAA. I mean, it happened.
Mm-hmm.
But his struggle is still putting the ball on the ground at 109 miles an hour. Like, his floor is that much higher because of it. 2-2. Rafaela fouls it off to the right.
Such an interesting point, though, about if you bunch Roman and Duran together 1-3, which it looks like might well be the lineup as it is, with Roman, Story, Jaron, and Wilson Contreras behind him. It's going to get interesting late in games with all the great left-handed relievers.
Yeah. And even though he handled them last year at an impressive rate for a rookie, meaning Anthony, it still wasn't like he was against righties.
2-2 foul back.
But didn't you think he got better? Like after a month, it looked like he was so much more
and
capable.
I tell you, it's going to be a big part of Duran's game this year, to kind of be better against lefties. I like that first at-bat. You know, Funderburg hitting that ball the other way to me. And then, you know, same thing with Abreu going the other way. The lefties against lefties. You know, use that left field, stay on the ball, try to hit that monster.
2-2, that's low. 3-2.
They're all going to try to sweep it away from you, you know, try to get you to swing and miss, try to get you to bail, sinkers down and in, sweepers away. Not easy to do, but it'll change, different approach versus lefties than righties.
Anthony still on second. Red Sox leading 4-0 here in the fourth inning. Payoff pitch to Cesar Rafaela is swung on, fly ball, right center field, sinking down, right fielder over. Walder dives and makes the play. Anthony went halfway, goes back to second. Walder takes a hit away from Rafaela and probably an RBI.
Yeah, I think if you're Roman, you kind of want to be on that bag. You know, with nobody out, if that's going to be a dive, he would have time to tag up and get to third with one out. This is spring training, kind of go over. You want every situation you could possibly get to. Infielder, you want ball backhand, double play, start it, finish it. Same thing on the base paths. But with nobody out, priority is always to get to third.
Stays on second, one down. Now it's Jaron Duran. First at bat today against a right-handed thrower. Singled back in the first. He takes a changeup at the top of the zone for a strike.
That was borderline. That might have been challengeable, I would have thought. But, Lou, you've been here for a couple weeks now. The story is the same with Cedar. Can he just imagine a way to control the strike zone a little bit better this year, swing a little less frequently?
0-1. Outside.
What have you heard, and is that a learnable thing that he can get that much better
Yeah,
at?
I think for him, too, like what you saw in September when it was after the break. It was 190 at-bat struggle.
Yep.
And then in September, all of a sudden, you start seeing him doing that right there. You know, and that was a little bloop, but still started using right field, staying on the baseball, not just trying to pull everything.
1-1 high.
And I think that's comes with it, right? It's third year now in the league. Recognizing those moments when you just don't feel it. Because when he's feeling it, turn and burn, hit bombs, let's scream and yell, you know. But there's times, as we've seen, it gets into ruts. Okay, so now what? Recognize those moments. When I'm not going well, what do I do? Do I keep trying to force it and swing for the fences? Or do I try to stay on the ball? Get a couple hits to right field. Change the energy, right? Positive energy. Now all of a sudden I feel better at the plate. Then I can turn and burn.
2-1. Jaron swings and misses.
So hit the 4-iron off the tee when you're spraying the driver a little bit.
That's all. Just recognize moments.
You were very annoying hitting a 4-iron off the tee. It goes longer than most humans.
I'm usually annoyed is why I have to be honest with you. It's because the big dog ain't working.
Well, the thing for Cedar, too, like, there's some guys guys who walk, and really he doesn't walk at all. Guys who walk, when you struggle, you can still get on base. For him, he doesn't have that luxury. He's never going to be a guy who walks. 2-2. Swing, fly ball into left field. Austin Martin went back. Now he comes in, and it drops down in front of him. Anthony goes to third. Duran on first with a woof of a single.
I'll take it. His first two at-bats, it's a good spring training at-bats. Now, that line drive to third base probably gets caught. in the regular season. But in spring training, line drive to third, line drive to first, hit the ball hard twice, and now you get a little broken bat single. You'll take it.
So, like, May 2nd, he's angry. But on...
Yeah. Today he's happy.
Sox have runners on the corners for Carlos Narvaez. Leading 4-0 in the fourth inning.
Getting on Cedon, as you mentioned, even when he was hot, he's still swinging it just as much as when he's not. The difference is that when his swing is right, the at-bat is over, right? The 1-0 fastball is hit and laced into a gap. It's not a 5-pitch at-bat, swing and miss at 3 others.
Pitch, swing, and a fly ball again to center field. Buxton went back. Now he comes over in the gap on the run. He makes the catch, stumbling as he grabbed it. That allows Anthony to tag from third and score. A Carlos Narvaez sac fly makes it 5-0 Red Sox in the fourth.
Yeah, with Cedon too. And Willier was another guy that, you're talking about small little improvements. You mentioned the walk rate. It was first percentile? It was like 2.6. Last year, 4.8. Not great, but better. The strikeout rate went way down. The swing and miss went down 4 or 5%. So every year, just like this guy here, Willier Abreu, bring those numbers down, make a touch more contact, and you see better results.
He steps in with a runner on first base. He's got a righty he could eat. He takes outside 1-0.
What did he say to you? I need to be more explosive, not swing harder.
Quicker. His swing is a lot shorter, meaning Abreu, and sometimes he would try to match power with power, and the swing would get a little long, and you saw swing and miss on fastballs up. That's not the mindset now for him.
Pitch is swung on, hits a fly ball into left field. This should be easy for Austin Martin. He's under it and makes the catch to end the inning. Sox get another on a sac fly from Carlos Narvaez. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 5-0 Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning FiOS Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of FiOS and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. FiOS $20 monthly plan with autopay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for FiOS. Additional terms apply.
It's time for Trash Day Nose Yoga with Hefty. Let's transform stinky scenarios with a joyful scent of Fabuloso. Inhale. You forgot to empty your kid's lunchbox. Exhale. A field of lavender. Inhale. Stinky leftovers. Exhale. Watermelon in the summer. That's the power of Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags with Fabuloso.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
One 877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Red Sox leading 5-0 over the Twins. And right here, right now, the spring debut for Justin Slayton. He's going to see Ryan Jeffers, Cody Clemens, and Brooks Lee. What's the word on Slayton from what you've seen?
Bringing a split into the game, which I think would be really interesting. It does amaze me, though, our relievers, 5-6 pitch mixes. Old school is like perfect 2 of them, have maybe a third, go get them.
It is, because you talk to relievers, and it's like you got to find it now when you come in the game. His first pitch is just below the knees. Ball 1 to Ryan Jeffers, and we got a Red Sox challenge. Carlos Narvaez thinks this cutter at 93 that was called the ball as a strike. We'll look up at the board, and Carlos is right. Man. Yeah, the count's 0-1.
By the way, all catchers are going to have better feel for the zone than most. I think Carlos has an exceptional feel for the strike zone. That's a huge edge.
Pitchers don't. They want everything.
They should never challenge.
Pitch is low and away.
Well, if you look at a pitcher's head on release and try to capture that millisecond, it's flying, right? And when they look up, every catcher's taught now to bring the ball to the center of the plate. They look up, it's right there. They're like, what do you mean?
1-1. Swinging a foul back from Jeffers.
Well, especially Slayton, who's banging himself on the head, talking to himself on the mound.
I did talk to him. I said, listen, this is what I need from you this year. I need you talking to yourself more. Like, Psycho Slayton is, like, filthy, right?
He was at his best.
He was really good last year at moments. He had 2 or 3, like, just stinkers, right, that messed with everything.
1-2. Swinging a high fly ball. Foul off to the right.
There's injuries, too, but... this is a guy, he would go like 4 or 5 games, look absolutely unhittable, and then I think one night he went out and gave up 3 or 4 runs without getting an out. They need him. Like this is the year for him to kind of be consistent and be as dominant as he can be.
1 ball, 2 strikes, pitch. Swing and a miss. Ooh. Well, that'll look like it. 4-seam fastball, 97 by you, and there's 1 down.
I do think he has kind of a perfect reliever mentality. Nothing seems to bother him, but he can really get fired up on the mound.
Kind of like Whitlock in that sense. And that's a good sign, too, the fastball. He's cutter monster, right? He can throw the cutter whenever he wants with a strike. Sometimes maybe falls in love with it a little bit too much, but when he's spotting and throwing strikes with 97, it just changed the whole at bat.
1 down. Now it's Cody Clemens. He swings and lines it right side foul. Nathan Hickey dove for it, but it touchdown foul past him.
It just amazes me, the world we live in now where these guys are max effort in the offseason. They're at all these academies. I mean, this is his first spring outing, and he's blowing 96.
They come in ready.
Facing the left-hand hitting Cody Clemens. Rogers kid. It'll be an 0-1 from the right-hander. That's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball low, 1-1.
Sorry Joe's not here today, Castiglione, because I could get on him for the fact that when Cody hit a home run at Fenway, Joe was caught on camera in the booth with Roger and Debbie, like turning around and bear hugging,
hugging it out.
Pitch is chopped. First base side, backhand stop Hickey at first. He throws to a covering Slayton, who steps on the back, and there's
you spend a half a century with an organization. But they have such a cool relationship, Joe and Roger do. The Red Sox were fine and in the mix at that point. It was sort of like when Mike Yastrzemski hit the home run at Fenway. I thought that was really cool that Clemens did that last year.
Red Sox leading 5-0 against the Twins. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Justin Slayton has used 8 pitches to get through the first 2 batters. Now he gets Brooks Lee batting from the left and starts him off with ball 1, fastball just outside.
It's funny you say that because last year I kind of felt the same with, there were so many kids from Massachusetts playing or throwing, against the Red Sox. And my thought was, all right, listen, throw a good 5. Sox can match it.
Pitch a strike.
I'm going to let the bullpen blow it. I don't know anyone out there.
I would agree, except for 2 dudes.
Oh,
Schlittler and Ben Rice.
Yeah, Schlittler I was not. Yeah, we're not really rooting for him that night.
Incredible.
1-1. Check swing. Did he go? Yep. And it's 1-2. Not a cutter.
Do you think we're ever going to get to a point where there's video review and a real definition of a check swing?
Yeah, too. They brought in the Arizona Fall League. Really finally defining what a check swing is. Very similar look to what we're seeing with the ABS.
1-2. That's low.
I think it's 45 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, I think the one to study the data they had out of the Arizona Fall League is basically that you won't see as many swings that are called right now. Like right now, what you would normally think is a obvious check swing strike, when they use the review system, it'll be a ball.
2-2 from Slayton. Swing, line drive, knocked down at second by Rogers, and then he can't get there. He landed hard in the outfield, and he's immediately, I think, holding on to his arm.
Yeah, that's where you're whole body weight goes on that left shoulder as he dove. That's visions of Trevor's Story. Not quite as dramatic out in Anaheim, but you could see it immediately.
Yeah, he had some knee issues last year, too, and I don't know, it was a step and a dive. You mentioned it comes down hard in that shoulder, but we'll see. Almost the initial reaction was he looked more to his legs.
It was a hard line drive to his left. He gave all of himself to it. Complete dive. He got a glove on it.
He's a real interesting guy here in camp, too, right? Like an invite. But, Gold Glover in his time in Colorado. Really good offensive player that year, too. But the injuries have just ruined his last 2 years. Coming off the field here.
On his own power, so that's a little encouraging. But you've been there, Lou. Don't you think you just have PTSD? If you've been hurt for a couple years in a row, you just feel spooked?
Yeah, and, we'll find out more about it after the game because this is definitely, we're in the fourth inning. He's had a couple of at-bats. It could sort of be like, I think I'm okay. No,
play it safe.
No need. Let's get you out. Let's get you looked at. Let's give you a day. I mean, it's first week of camp. No need to push it.
Nick Kuchwara, the trainer, who went out and talked with him. Alex Cora went out as well, gave him a pat on the back as he came off. So that ends up as a single for Brooks Lee. And now a called strike one to Austin Martin.
You talked about what Alex did there going out to Rogers' son. Shasheng is out there as the new second baseman for the Red Sox.
Runner goes. Pitch high and tight. Throw down to second is end time. Rocket from Narvaez. Sheng right off the bench lays the tag down and ends the inning. On our way to the fifth, 5-0 Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If you're in the market for a great deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire for your absolute best deal. Because at Town Fair Tire, you get the guaranteed lowest price on any Toyo tire. Plus, you get free services for life. And we honor all valid Toyo tire rebates. For the absolute best deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When it comes to new windows, most homeowners don't have all the facts. When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. Windows beautify your home, and we offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
We also never use high-pressure sales or gimmicks. Our customer volume lets us deliver everyday low pricing from as little as $99 per month for a house full of windows installed.
New windows also improve the value of your home, and with built-in energy savings, they help pay for themselves. Your energy bills could go down by as much as thousands.
Plus, all our windows are Energy Star rated, but we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
We've also got award-winning customer service, and we've earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we're even prouder of our 5-star reviews. It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Eric Orsi is on for the Minnesota Twins as we go into the top of the fifth inning. Sox cross town at Hammond Park. What a good time, 5-0. Carlos Narvaez had himself a ball game. Couple successful challenges. He should have had a pickoff at first base. Great throw to second.
Yeah, no, he's looked really good. I had interviewed him about a week ago talking about that knee, and he had hurt it in July. Told me he needed surgery. He wanted to gut it out. Trainers got him through it, but that's a long way to the finish line when you hurt your knee in July. Second half, defensively, some of the metrics came down. Offensively, obviously, there was a struggle, but pretty much trying to catch with one knee.
Here's Nick Sogard. He fouls it off on the third base side. You could tell something was up, and we sort of assumed it would be just the normal wear and tear of a season as a catcher for the first time.
Rookie, too.
Yeah.
Mentally, physically, wear you down.
Did you end up playing golf with him?
No.
Got to make that happen. 0-1, the pitch to Sogard, fouled back.
Tee times got messed up. I just think it's interesting that you know him. He's so aware. He's so professional, and to think, hey, I got to get to know these pitchers. You know, what do they like to do? Well, they like to play golf in spring training. All right, let's pick up golf. And he's become a pretty good golfer to kind of spend time with them to get to know them and build that relationship.
0-2 to Sogard. Ground ball up the middle. The shortstop, Brooks Lee, has got it. He'll throw to first, sidearm in time to get Sogard. It's so hard to... I mean, I think Red Sox fans watching the interviews, the big swings, people can tell that Carlos is so likable. He's open to all these different podcasts. He goes on and does long-form interviews. But being around him day to day, he is such an impressive young man.
Yeah, he is. They're going to get a lot more production, I think, from that catching spot. Even from Connor.
Here's Andrew Monasterio swinging a miss. What have you seen and heard about Wong this camp?
He's got healthy hands. He didn't have them last year. You know, he broke that pinky early on, and the top hand, which he's such a top hand hitter, had surgery in the offseason, was bothering him all year long.
Monasterio, who's looked really good, fouls it off. Too.
I just watching him, you knew something was going on with him too. The year before, this guy hit 280 with a 740 OPS, 13 bombs, and you're like, you don't just fall off to what he was last year. So he looks a lot better swinging the bat, just in regular BP, than he did last year.
0-2 to Monasterio. And that's down. There is this sort of code of honor in baseball. It's not like hockey where they think you're going to, have a disadvantage if you know somebody's knee or shoulder is hurt. But it is amazing how at the end of seasons, how many guys we learn we're dealing with stuff.
Oh, Carlos, too, talking about the knee. Like that pickoff, he had the guy at first. Hickey just dropped the ball. You didn't see that much from him in the second half. He said that was the one play that would bother him.
Couldn't go down to it?
Just pop up quick with a snap throw to first base.
Splitter to Monasterio misses, and it's 2-2.
But I think that's where you get a little more offense. I think the combined, Carlos dropped off, but the combined was a 223 with 15 homers. Like, I think you get a lot more production from that catching spot this year with those two.
Well, and to your point about Wong, in a perfect world, Carlos doesn't have to play 148 games. Wong can play twice a week and give Carlos a break.
That's the idea, keep everybody fresh.
5-0 Red Sox in the top of the fifth. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Monasterio, the hitter, and he pops it down the left field line. Martin has got a bead on it, shading his eyes with the glove. He's there to make the play. And they're 2 down. You love Monasterio. You think he's got a chance to be a factor, don't you?
Yeah, he's a good player. Plays a lot of good positions. Offensively last year really kind of picked it up. They like what they see in him. And, with the Romy Gonzalez injury, there's good possibility he could find his way on that team. He and a guy like Nick Sogard, maybe both. Of course, a lot depends on what we see from Marcelo. I think the rest of camp, he's supposed to start Friday.
Nathan Hickey is the batter. Pitches a strike. He's been doing a lot of work, has Marcelo, seeing pitches off of machines, and I guess the focus has been against left-handed pitching. But that's one of the enigmas of early spring, because we all thought it was a given he'd be in the starting lineup on opening day as Hickey fouls a splitter off, and it's 0-2. That still very well may be the case, but it's noteworthy that he's not yet played.
Yeah, I think there's some things, whether it's the wrist and they just hold off on live BP, but even against righties, like there was breaking ball off speed. The good news is he crushes fastballs. But if I know that, the guy on the mound knows that. And last year you started the chase, and if you start looking at some of the whiff numbers on curveball sliders, forget about lefties. If you want him to be able to hit righties well.
1-2 to Hickey, misses low. It was tough news. I think we all anticipated, but that Romy sort of admitted he's not going to be ready for opening day. He feels like the build-up will be too rushed. And, man, what a season he had a year ago. By the end of the season into the playoffs, he was about their most reliable hitter. 2-2. Hickey loops it down the left field line, coming on Martin, and on the gallop, he's there to make the play. Lou's going to be with us for one more half inning, then we're going to let him go live his life a little bit. 5-0, Red Sox having fun against the Twins at the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Rich McKinnon, president of the Professional Firefighters of Massachusetts. We're teaming up with Service Credit Union and Greg Hill for protecting our communities to address a critical issue. Over 90% of our fire departments across our state are dangerously understaffed and don't meet national safety standards. Service Credit Union stands with us. We need you to ask your cities and towns to do what's right. Protect its residents, tell them to prioritize fire department budgets so more lives can be saved. Thank you.
Sitting on the interstate, wondering how many drivers are overpaying on car insurance? Turns out, it's a lot of them. Here's the deal. Owning a car is expensive enough. Your auto insurance shouldn't cost a fortune, too. So put the brakes on those high insurance rates with help from Intuit Credit Karma. Simply open the app to explore personalized rates, get quotes, and find the right coverage plan for you. Great insurance at lower rates? Start looking on Credit Karma today.
Want the lowest price on name brand tires? Town Fair Tire beats all the competition. We beat the wholesale clubs. We beat online prices. We beat all local tire dealers. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Fitzy and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Tyler Huberstein is on for the Red Sox, a really intriguing prospect pitcher who is AA and AAA, outratted the 40-man this offseason. He's raised some eyebrows, and he's facing Austin Martin, right-handed hitter, a sinker that misses low, and it's ball one. Lou, you were telling us he's got a very interesting bio.
Yeah, we talked to him the other day. He went to USC. Thought he'd try out for the club team.
Pop foul is the room for the new catcher, Matt Theis, on the track. There is a little bobble, but he makes play one down.
And trying out for the club team at USC, got cut his freshman year. Got some work and tried to get a little bit stronger, and then in the fall, decided to try out for the varsity team at USC. He was a walk-on, made it all the way to the final cut. He said he was excited. He even got a hat, got all the gear. And then all of a sudden, the last cut, they cut him from that team and continued to work out in the summer and felt like velocity was up. Transferred to Northwestern.
Gio Urshela grounds one to short, bobbled on a backhand by Monasterio. That was a slowly hit ball in the hole, but not handled well, and a one-out base runner.
They like him a lot. I know Coop saw him a lot last year. Put him on the 40-man.
19th round pick 5 years ago. He had some eye-popping numbers in the lower levels.
He comes up from AA, and remember, this is totally an early coming up from AA. Right before him or right around the time that he came up. So obviously, there's all the hype around those guys, and then he's making a few starts in a row, and you're sitting there like, who the heck is this guy? And somebody who's got 5 pitches and commands all 5 pitches, throws 3 fastballs that are all really good. And he pitched himself from completely off the map to, he's on the 40-man.
I always love these kind of matchups, young dudes against established veterans like Byron Buxton, who stands in and takes a sweeper down low for ball one. We were talking about Payton Tolley. We'll see him tomorrow after Garrett Crochet, Lou. Should be a fun day.
Yeah, that's going to be a good day. Maybe not for the hitters.
1-0. Pitch. Strike on the inside corner.
I think the craziest part of the Huberstein story, and all of it is, right? The club part of it is crazy. He goes to Northwestern. He only pitched in 13 games at Northwestern, and the Red Sox drafted him in the 19th round.
1-1. Buxton fouls it off.
He's kind of one of those under-the-hood guys where they love the fastball, right? The IVB, this vertical break, rising the fast. They love the release point. He hides the ball. It's a little lower release point.
What is the I for in IVB? Induced?
Induced vertical break.
Come on. But they do look at that stuff big time.
It's one of the reasons why I think you went after the kid Oviedo. Mm-hmm. There's really change in his fastball coming back from Tommy John. Lowered the arm slot, and the vertical break really changed.
1-2 is an induced, called strike 3 to Buxton, and they're 2 away. What did you think of Oviedo? The slider did not look great today.
Inconsistent. The secondary stuff. Obviously, the command wasn't there really, but the fastball is still playing, which is a good thing because that was a ball that got hit around an awful lot. It's just the slider, when you start looking at some of the numbers, like I think he threw 2 really good ones. Whatever the rest of them were kind of more like cutter looks. So it's just an inconsistent shape that he's going to want to try to iron out.
Here's Trevor Larnach. Uberstein misses outside ball one. Hey, we're going to let you go here in a second. Maybe the wrong time with 2 outs in an inning, but what do people like Tolley, Early, and even Patrick Sandoval have to do to leapfrog Oviedo and get onto that opening day roster as a starter?
Some of it may already be out of their hands. I mean, even if they throw great, it's all about a plan. You know, a guy like Sandoval's the interesting one. He's out of options. Everybody else has options. So if Sandoval performs well, we know there'll be interest in the league. If you feel good about the others, you pull a trade. If not, you could see Sandoval in this rotation, stashing others. You know, I think Conley Early to me has probably got the higher ceiling as far as 2026 goes. I think Tolley can take off after, but they're all going to be really good. It's just sometimes in April you want to hold on to everybody.
Makes sense. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off. And it's not only to keep everybody on your roster, but maybe manage the workload for some of these younger pitchers.
Well, Conley Early threw 100 innings and 120 last year. Like, do you want him 32 starts, throwing 185? Let's be honest. That's not going to happen. So what's the number? 135, 140, 150? So if you got to send him down to AAA, give him a couple starts, 3-4 innings. When you need him, you need him.
2-2 is just outside, close pitch, but a ball, and it's 3-2. Sandoval is interesting. I mean, we've seen this in the past. I would be very reluctant to trade any more of the pitching depth as spring training winds down. Time is called. We saw it with Quinn Priester last year. The Red Sox already moved on from Harrison and other young pitchers. At some point, you want to keep the depth you have.
I mean, they could very well move him. Someone might be interested in him, but if you're the Red Sox, you certainly don't want to move him now. You got 3-4 more weeks of camp. Something could happen. You may need him.
3-2
injuries
is called a ball, and they will not challenge that. It's a nice insurance policy.
Well, it's, you know, just be wary of trading guys early on in camp. It's almost like sometimes those baseball gods, man. You make a trade, the minute you make a trade, all of a sudden, next thing you know, the next morning, Cora's on that bench talking about, oh, this guy's back stiff, didn't recover from his, start. We're going to push him back a little bit. And you want to make sure everybody gets out of camp healthy, and then you make those decisions. They got a pretty good idea now, I would think.
Oh, he sure had that last year. Here's Luke Keyshaw, and he takes a pitch down and away. It's a little bit of a struggle right now for Uberstein.
Have you watched Sandoval, live BP or anything like that? No.
When I saw he was 94, 95 the other day.
Work. I can't wait to watch him pitch.
5-0 Red Sox, bottom 5, 2 down, 2 on for the Twins. Uberstein battling a little bit, head on a swivel, he throws, and that's beautiful. Strike right in there.
The other part of it is, what if he's great? I mean, what if he's, what if he's in the 5 spot in the rotation? That never changes.
Yeah. The one thing to keep in mind, everybody's assuming that because they're behind a week or so, 10 days, that it takes them out of opening day. And if you're the 5th starter, a week after the opening day starts is when you need them. So it's not. You got an extra week.
Could be that last game in Houston. The 1-1 pitch is down and away. We go to Cincinnati and Houston to start the season. It's interesting. It's early on in Craig Breslow's tenure. That has been one of the hallmarks. Take chances on guys, 2-year deals, even if injured, and hope they pan out in that second year. 2-1 to Keyshaw. Pitch ripped down the left field line. That's a hit and more. 1-run scores for Minnesota. Chugging around toward third is Lee. They'll hold him, and he'll run through the stop sign. The relay from Monasterio is one-hopped and not in time. And Trevor Larnach scores. It's a 2-run hit, 5-2 Sox.
This kid, Keyshaw, he's really good. He got hurt. He broke his wrist at the end of last year, so it was only like a 40-something game cameo. But he hit 300. He hit the you-know-what out of the baseball, and he's probably one of the best second-year hitters in Major League Baseball in 2026.
We said it at the top. The Twins have really hard decisions to make this year at the trade deadline and going forward. Pitch to Matt Wallner is swung on a miss, but if guys like Keyshaw and some of these upper-level minor league prospects can elevate and get right into the mix, maybe they would be able to hold on to the Joe Ryans of the world and the Jeffers, who's on deck. The pitch is down and in. Byron Buxton is going to be a fascinating guy. They have repeatedly said they're not trading either of those guys, but I think if they're 15 games under 500 at the break, that could change. 1-1. Pitch down and away.
Who are you taking to win the Central?
Oh, it's got to be Detroit.
Yep.
I mean, just the additions, just Skubal, now Framber. I just think they're a different class than kind of everybody else. Cleveland's always there. Kansas City probably have a little bounce back. But I don't know how you discount Detroit right now.
Yeah. Top of their rotation, one of the great managers in the game in A.J. Hinch.
Yeah.
I thought Riley Green was awesome last year. Kerry Carpenter. They've got a pretty complete team, even if it's not as star-studded as some of the other big clubs. It's Crochet and Skubal for me. Maybe Yamamoto there. But in terms of the guys, you can't take your eyes off when they're on the mound. And I did not hate that Skubal said Fenway Park is his favorite place on planet Earth. 2-1. Pitch down and away. But he made $32 million in arbitration. He's going to set the all-time record before Skeens might break it. I mean, the dollar amount for what Skubal's going to get, hard to imagine. 3-1. Pitch. Ooh, did that hit him? Either way, he's on base. And I don't know how much longer Alex Cora will let this thing go with Huberstein. They do have a left-hander warming in the bullpen, and Alex is going to come get him. It'll be fascinating. I mean, Skubal is a guy who might break the mold, trending toward your 30s. Do you give out the 8-9 year deal? That's what it will take. It will take massive dollars, and there will be somebody willing to do it.
Sure, especially out in the West Coast.
Yeah, well, that's a terrifying prospect, that's for sure. They can give him 70 a year and defer 68 of it. Pitching change. A left-hander, PJ Labriola, come on for the second time in spring training. Lou, you're the best, man.
Appreciate it, boys.
That was fun.
Cheers.
And you got power back on at your house?
Yeah, things are trending. Trending
Hopefully,
now. We have one more step to take.
Yeah, get him on the airplane, get him down
Exactly.
there. Thanks, Lou. That was awesome.
All right, guys.
Labriola, the pitcher. We'll tell you all about him when we come back in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Looking to get rid of all of the junk after the snow melts? Look no further than E.L. Harvey. The team at E.L. Harvey are the waste management experts in Boston and throughout Massachusetts, with their partner companies with waste and recycling options for everyone, from homeowners to businesses and contractors. They are committed to keeping our beautiful community clean and green. Visit elharvey.com to schedule a dumpster rental now. For all of your waste and recycling needs, visit elharvey.com. That's elharvey.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning FiOS Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of FiOS and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. FiOS $20 monthly plan with autopay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for FiOS. Additional terms apply.
PJ Labriola is on for the Red Sox. This is their 6th pitcher. We're in the 5th inning. It can happen this time of year. Oviedo wobbled a little bit, taken out with 2 outs in the 2nd inning, so that just sort of cascades into more and more young pitchers getting a chance. So Labriola, who struggled the other day back at JetBlue, will see Ryan Jeffers with 2 Minnesota runs in, 2 on and 2 out in this 5th inning. Ryan Jeffers, Benson Boone fan. Why not? I wonder if he can do a backflip.
He's got to have daughters or something, right?
Here is Jeffers, the pitch. Little bit low.
I remember last year Benson Boone was like in every spring training ballpark at all moments. And I was like, well, by 2026, there's no way that's going to continue. And now here we are. That and Pink Pony Club.
1-0. Pitch. Fouled off on the first base side. When you travel around, do all these games in all these ballparks, you do get a sense of the Billboard Top 25.
Yeah. Or at least what people think the Billboard Top 25 is.
Check swing. Looked like Jeffers almost went around, but they will say no on a changeup in the dirt. And it is 2-1. RBIs today for Narvaez, Wilyer Abreu, Monasterio, and 2 for Brendan Rodgers, who left with an injury. Oviedo started the game. Then Ulmer, Whitlock, and Slayton were both really good. Huberstein and now Labriola fighting it a little bit. 2 balls and a strike. Ryan Jeffers fouled off. Again, it bears repeating. These early spring outings, you cannot overweight them. You can't overstate them. But I do think for somebody like Uberstein, it's a rare case where he will really be upset with the way today went, because it's one of those real opportunities to make an early impression in camp. 2-2. That's got to be a strike, and it is. Nice job by Labriola to end the inning and put out the fire. 5-2 after 5. Red Sox lead the Twins in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Rogue is not only strong and practical, but it's reliable too. We've tested the turbocharged engine for thousands of hours, so it keeps going when you need it most. And 225 pound-feet of torque is what's going to allow this SUV to tackle those bigger, more ambitious adventures. Everything so you can go rogue.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to in-mat credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 3/2/26.
When life throws you a curveball, trust Catches Law, New England's hometown law firm. With over 4 decades of success and a local team that truly cares, let Catches Law fight for you. Remember, there's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Listen up. Are you looking to transform your living space? Visit CCL Homescapes in Abington. From expert kitchen design to custom closets manufactured, designed, and installed, CCL Homescapes specializes in creating spaces that work and look better. Thinking about the ultimate closet makeover? Our design team builds custom solutions tailored to your home, your storage needs, and your lifestyle. Get inspired in our refreshed showroom or start your project online at cclco.com. Cape Cod Lumber, 100% employee-owned and operated.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
6th inning, 5-2 Red Sox over the Twins. On the road today in the Grapefruit League. Alongside Will Fleming, Cooper Boardman. Roman Anthony will get one final at bat in this game in this inning. He's due up second behind Sung Chae Chang, who squares to bunt, pulls back and takes outside. Ball 1 from the right-hander Matt Bowman. 34-year-old Matt Bowman made his debut in 2016, third stint with the Twins. Shorter right-hander from the third base side delivers. 1-0, chopped right to the second baseman. Keyshaw gloves on the backhand and throws out Chang for the first out of this top of the 6th inning. So one last at bat for Roman Anthony. Last breaths of him in a Red Sox spring training uniform before he heads to the World Baseball Classic with Team USA. He's had another day where he looks like Roman Anthony. Big left-hand hitter against a right-hand thrower. First pitch. He takes a splitter outside for ball 1. Roman flew out to center back in the first. He hit a hammer of a ground ball to first in the second inning. That was fielded on the backhand by the first baseman Clemens. 1-0's outside. Then he doubled the other way. Really good swing back in the 4th inning. So he's hit balls at 108 and 98. And now he's in a 2-0 count against a guy who will probably throw him a fastball here. Let's see. 2-0. He took a fastball for a strike. Cut fastball, to be fair, over the outside corner to make it 2-1. This is the look at Anthony in the leadoff spot. First man to a 4th at bat today. 2-1. He takes up and away. 3-1. Guy who is perpetually in these situations. 2-1 counts and now a 3-1 count. 3-1 pitch to Roman Anthony. And he nicks it back foul out ahead of a sinker. First he's seen from the right-hander Bowman. The book is clear on him, too, is that you really can't throw him the same thing twice. Not seen a sinker for a strike yet in the at-bat. But now you start to run out of options if you're on the mound. Matt Bowman in a 3-2 count. Going to throw a sixth pitch to Anthony. Here comes. And he swings and hits a ground ball right to the first baseman. Clemens stabs it on the run. He stumbled but stayed upright and steps on the bag for the first out of the sixth inning. It's Buzz for Station ID on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We are your home for Boston College football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Fort Myers at the spring training home of the Minnesota Twins, Hammond Park. Red Sox leading the Twins 5-2. Cedon takes a strike. Sox got their runs on an RBI single from Willier Abreu, sac fly from Carlos Narvaez, an RBI walk from Andrew Monasterio, and a Brendan Rodgers 2-run single. Pitches slice foul off to the right. Johan Oviedo started the game. He went 1 2/3 innings, just didn't really have command through just 15 strikes on 33 pitches. Garrett Whitlock got a chance, so did Justin Slayton. Both those guys were electric. Scoreless innings each with a strikeout each. 0-2. Swing, fly ball, high in the air, right center field off the bat of Rafaela. It'll hang up. And a catch made by the right fielder Kyler Fedko to end the inning. Sox go down in order. We go to the bottom of the sixth. 5-2 Red Sox lead on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The 99 Restaurant's $14.99 big deal meals always hit the spot. They're big on flavor, big on comfort, and big on value. And now you can dig into these hearty favorites any day of the week. That's right, the $14.99 big deal meals are available all day, every day. So now you can have the roasted turkey dinner all week long. Hurry in today or every day for any one of our $14.99 big deal meals. You gotta love the nines.
Coleman!
It's electric!
Your house was wired in World War I. Need to change it? Call Coleman Electric. You have to charge your new electric vehicle 10 hours to go 2 miles. Call Coleman. Your panel doesn't have enough amps to light 2 lamps. Call Coleman Electric. Everybody knows Coleman Electric, but nobody knows how to spell it. It's not Coleman, it's Coleman. I know, same thing, right? That's the problem. But our Coleman is German, like Colonel Klink, so it starts with a K. Here, let me spell it for you. Kuhlman. I know, not easy. People search Coleman Electric and end up with a coleslaw recipe. Worse yet, there's a Coleman funeral home. Folks lose power, they call the funeral home and say, hey, my entire house is dead. Can you give me a quote? It's embarrassing. Just saying there's a big difference between a mortician and an electrician. So next time you have a power problem or project, type Kuhlman and click on that little call thing, and Coleman Electric will be at your place in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, they'll be there quicker. When you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric!
Hey, it's Greg, and I'm proud to team up with Service Credit Union for protecting our communities to shine a light on the staffing crisis facing Massachusetts first responders. We need you to ask your state and local leaders to provide the necessary funding to properly staff and train the police, firefighters, and EMTs who keep our communities safe. Thank you.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Tyler Uberstein's first pitch is swung on and missed by Cody Clemens here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Red Sox lead the Twins 5-2 in the Grapefruit League. Uberstein struggled through his first inning of work. 0-1, swinging a fly ball in a shallow left center field. Shortstop out, left fielder in, and the catch made in left for the first out of this sixth inning. Uberstein struggled really to throw strikes, got hit around a little bit. They took him out for PJ Labriola, but because we're in spring training, Tyler Uberstein can leave the game, sit down, and then come back into the game. That's exactly what he's doing. That's a good start. Gets a fly out against a major leaguer, Cody Clemens, and starts Brooksley off with strike one. Last at bats for the regulars on both sides. Roman Anthony just took his last one as the 0-1's grounded right to first base. Snared there. Had a step on the bag by Mickey Gasper. And there's 2 down in the sixth. Red Sox have just made their slew of defensive changes. Give you those in just a moment, but for the moment, the battery is Huberstein and Matt Theis behind the plate. 2 up, 2 down for Huberstein. Now he gets the right-hand hitting Austin Martin. Former 5th overall pick takes inside ball 1. 5th overall pick in the 2020 draft. Finally got to the big leagues for an extended period of time last year.
Here's what we do know so far. Braden Ward in left. Max Ferguson is the third baseman with Vinny Capra, the new shortstop.
Pitch is high, 2-0.
And Rose is out in right field. Caden Rose wearing number 51. As you said, Mickey at first base. Theis still the catcher.
We need like a breaking news sounder when these happen. Pitch outside, 3-0.
I think it's cool and telling that they brought Huberstein back out. They want to get a look at him.
Again, to be on the 40-man roster means, those spots are gold. If the Red Sox didn't believe in him, he wouldn't have the spot. Pitch is chopped off of Theis, and he went down to a knee.
And the other, perhaps most interesting change of all is that Christian Campbell's out in center field.
That will tell you at least a little something. I mean, Campbell's going to get this runway these next few weeks. With all these outfielders going to the World Baseball Classic, he is going to play the outfield late in these games.
Just amazing what a difference a year makes. The anointed second baseman, that position did not work well. They've said they're still open. They still see him as a plus defender at second base. But here he is in the second wave of a road game playing center field.
That's probably where he'll be for a lot of the time over these next few weeks. And I think it probably will be good that, the spotlight will in many ways be on the WBC guys. Pitch is grounded foul, third base side. And he's going to get these chances here to just play late in these games, get at bats, get confidence, play defense out there, make mistakes occasionally. But when they come back, we'll see where he's at in the next few weeks. Payoff. Swinging a fly ball out towards Christian Campbell. He tracks it towards the right center field gap on the run. He makes the catch to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Huberstein. That's a really nice bounce back in the bottom of the 6th inning. To the 7th we go. 5-2 Sox on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Whether you're headed to Fenway, the beach, the mountains, or just cruising around Boston, it's always better in a Ford SUV. Like Ford Explorer, our most popular model with seating for 7. And check out Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport, both equipped with GOAT modes to handle any kind of terrain you run into. Check out our whole family of award-winning SUVs at your New England Ford dealers. Proud partner of the Boston Red Sox.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Toyo tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Toyo tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for a new set of Toyo tires, there's only one place to go, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Aviva Trattoria is a proud sponsor of the Greg Hill Spring Training broadcast from Fort Myers, Florida. Aviva Trattoria, Italian-inspired, American-made, with fresh, whole, locally sourced ingredients. With 10 area locations, a new one is coming soon to Concord, New Hampshire.
This is Scott McFarland of McFarland Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarland Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at McFarlandEnergy.com.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
First at bat of the day for Christian Campbell. And it comes in the 7th inning with the Red Sox leading 5-2. He's going to see a right-handed reliever, Trent Baker. Campbell came in last inning, played some center field, and made the catch to end the inning. And now his first at bat of the afternoon, and These late innings in these spring training games will be his spotlight. First pitch to him, right on right. He takes a sinker at 96 on the outside corner for a strike, so that is not late game spring training stuff from this guy. Baker, who got to AAA last year with the Twins. The 0-1 to Campbell. He swings in, pops it up on the infield right side. The first baseman. A catch made over there. A high pop up from Campbell. Few of the Twins' defensive changes as well. Eric Wagaman is taken over at third. Ryan Kreidler in center. Kyler Fedko is in right. Got a few others as well. Now Matt Theis. He checks the swing and foul tips it into the mid for strike one. No balls, one strike. Pitch to Theis. He swings in, flies it foul high and off to the left. On another beautiful Florida day. 68 degrees at first pitch. Flags in left field, blowing straight out towards some of the residential parts of the neighborhood out beyond left field. Traffic rolling by in right. 0-2 to Theis. He takes low.
Aaron Sabato is at first base. Sabato. Kalen Culpepper is the shortstop. Ryan Kreidler in center, as you said. Fetko in right. And Baker on the mound.
Chance to see some of their top prospects. There's no Walker Jenkins today. As 1-2's inside 2-2 who's their top prospect. Twins have 4 top 100 prospects. Culpepper, highly regarded at shortstop. Manuel Rodriguez, a great outfield prospect. 2-2 is just inside 3-2. Which makes, again, we've been talking all day about their direction or lack thereof, or at least lack of clear next steps. But the fact is they have a system that has some talent. 3-2, hard shot on a line. It's snared to the air by Culpepper. Well regarded for a reason. Shortstop a step to his left and took 103 out of the air and robbed Theis of a hit. Long, rangy shortstop, Kalen Culpepper. So, 2 up, 2 down. And now Mickey Gasper gets his first at bat. From the left side, he takes a strike. Nice to see Mickey back in Red Sox uniform. He's played in both of these uniforms in the last couple of years. The 0-1. He takes a bouncer in for ball 1. Stash has traveled from Worcester to Boston to St. Paul to Minnesota. Minneapolis. 1-1 is outside 2-1. Guy that when he was with Worcester 2 years ago was doing things with his bat that you could not believe he was doing. 2-1. Fly ball high in the air, left center field. Ryan Kreidler, the new center fielder, over and under, and he puts it away.
Like what, playing Quidditch?
Yeah, it is. Quidditch, swings. That's about it. I got to see the mustache again. 5-2 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning of the Shaws at Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, it's Chris Curtis, and right now, drug and alcohol dependency is affecting so many of us. If addiction is impacting you or a loved one, I highly recommend the New England Recovery Center in Westboro, a really compassionate staff and beautiful 25-acre campus where most major insurance plans are accepted. New England Recovery Center offers 24/7 admission with transportation available if needed. Why wait? Call 877-MY-REHAB or visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org today.
If your heat is acting up, like strange noises, maybe not even staying on, Don't gamble with winter comfort. Joyce Cooling and Heating is locally owned and operated for over 30 years. Trusted by homeowners across New England with a 4.9 Google rating and 5,000 customer reviews. And right now, you may qualify for rebates up to $2,400 with flexible financing options available. Get the help you can trust. Look them up at joycecool.com. That's joycecool.com.
When it comes to beautifying your home, Window World is your one-stop shop exterior remodeler.
We encourage you to shop around. We're simply the best for less.
It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
When you're on the go, count on Mass General Brigham Health Plan with 24/7 support, helpful digital tools, and world-class providers. We offer coverage for individuals, families, employers, and retirees, all connected to one of the world's leading healthcare systems. Whether you're playing pickleball in Boston Seaport or hiking with your dog up Mount Wachusett, you can be free to live in your moment. Learn more at massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jake Bennett is on out of the Red Sox bullpen. Big, tall left-hander with some hype around him. First pitch from him is swung on, popped up, shallow right side. Gasper out, the first baseman, one step onto the outfield grass. Puts it away to begin the bottom of the 7th inning. Sox leading 5-2 against the Twins. Bennett was traded from the Washington Nationals in exchange for Luis Perales earlier in the offseason. And he is one of these guys, and this always happens from really Valentine's Day on into early February, or early March, late February. Pitch here is a fastball called inside to Eric Wagaman for ball one. One of those guys where the hype around him is starting to really build. We got a challenge on the board. It was called a ball, and it stays a ball. Matt Theis loses the first challenge on either side today after the teams began, I think, a combined 8 for 8. 1-0 from Bennett is a fastball. That's called a strike, 1-1. Bennett was good last year in the Nationals system. He is, in terms of the way he looks, 1-1. Bending curveball outside corner, strike 1-2. He looks like Payton Tolley. He looks a little like Garrett Crochet, although no one quite looks like Garrett Crochet, but just this massive left-hander that looks like he is reaching out and placing the ball over the plate. 1-2, slashed foul off to the right.
Yeah, I mean, we measure all these things, and the word they use in big league tracking is extension, and it basically just tells everyone how far down the mound you come, where you release the ball in relation to the plate. And this guy is at the top of the game in that. He's got a fastball the Red Sox really like. You know, they traded Luis Perales, their top prospect, for him, and at the time it was kind of a head-scratching deal. Why kind of a prospect for prospect trade?
1-2. Swinging a fly ball foul off to the right.
But in addition to those things, which Craig Breslow definitely values, extension, fastball life, all that stuff, I think Andrew Bailey's already made this point. The floor, I think, is higher for this guy. I mean, Perales is the kind of talent with his arm that might end up, if all goes right, being a really impactful pitcher. But I think the traits that this guy possesses, the Red Sox see someone in whom they can just really mold and make a dependable, really important pitcher out of.
Well, they've already shown they can, right? With a guy like Payton Tolley. Pitch is low and in 3-2. And, you know, they made a trade for him where Perales is probably closer to the big league doorstep. You know, they kind of maybe reset a timeline on a guy that doesn't need to be on the 40-man right here, right now. Payoff pitch is a ground ball over third. It hits the glove of the third baseman Ferguson and skips down the line. Hits the sidewall. Shortstop Capra got to it and fired in. And holds Eric Wagaman at first base. But I do think that you're going to see with these guys, and we've seen it more and more over the last couple of years. We saw it with Tolley and Early, where if Jake Bennett goes to AA and he starts there where he finished last year, and he's awesome, they will rush him to AAA. And if he's awesome there, they will give him a big league chance. No Cardenas bats and takes a strike on the inside corner. The other reason why you could trade Perales is because you know that you're trading from a position of strength. The 0-1 is inside 1-1. Red Sox have shown they can develop big, strong, left-handed arms like this. They have, to your point, valued extension. They've valued high velocity. They've felt like out of bigger bodies, they can usually squeeze an extra mile or two an hour out of them. Pitch is high, 2-1 to Cardenas. And Bennett, by all accounts, has walked into camp and looked better than even the Red Sox thought he would. Man on first, one down. It'll be a 2-1 from Bennett. And he gets a broken bat flare in the air, right side. Gasper goes out, reaches out, makes a catch. Off to his right, about halfway on the dirt for the second out.
No, I think it was the top of the list of what drew the Red Sox to Craig Breslow when they brought him over. And there now is a track record. And so I think of all the areas with our almost inherently skeptical fan base who want results, who want that prove-it mentality, if there's one area that Craig gets 100% benefit of the doubt, it is identifying pitchers and making more out of them.
Jake Bennett against Kalen Culpepper now. Man on first, two down. Pitch is a slider outside for ball one. I mean, there's so many stories, and I also think we could talk about big league success. And what was the number? 3.41 ERA out of the bullpen last year. That was the second best mark in Major League Baseball. But you talk to the actual people as the runner goes. Pitch is golfed high in the air, down the left field line, towards the left field foul pole, in the corner. Ooh. It lands foul. There's a roof just to the left of the left field foul pole, and it bang loudly off the metal roof. That is the look at Kalen Culpepper.
He looks good.
First rounder of the Twins in the draft 2 years ago. Keep forgetting it's 2026.
You do?
Yeah.
It's been a blur.
It's been a blur. I kind of hibernate. You know, they shake me awake when it's time for my first spring training game. Futures game. Guy last year, 2025. Looks every bit of it. 1-1. Swinging a ground ball. Foul past the third base side.
Yep. College guy, Kansas State. But, I mean, 22 years old at AA and an OPS in the 800s. Impressive.
Played for the Norwich Sea Unicorns of the Futures Collegiate Baseball League.
When is it going to end?
I have no idea. That's did they consider Norwich like Wildcats?
Well, isn't a sea unicorn a narwhal anyway?
I think that's right. Yeah, the Norwich narwhal. Like,
come on.
You know, there's an ultra rare Kalen Culpepper Sea Unicorn jersey out there. Man on first, two down. It'll be a 1-2 from Jake Bennett to Kalen Culpepper. Runner goes, steps off, throws to first. They got him in a rundown. Throw to second is in plenty of time to end the inning. Jake Bennett can do it all. Leaves Culpepper standing at the plate as they cut down the runner going first to second. We are on our way to the eighth inning. Red Sox leading 5-2 on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I wanna go a little wild.
Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback, redesigned to give you more of what you love with a bold new look. After 30 years of adventure, the 2026 Outback shows off a powerful new design, built with the legendary capability of standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and the Subaru safety you trust. With go-anywhere capability, elevated safety features, and upgraded tech, the 2026 Outback is the safest and boldest Outback yet. The all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. More of what you love with a bold new look. Starting at $34,995. For complete details and to learn more about the all-new 2026 Outback, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Hey, it's Greg, and I'm proud to team up with Service Credit Union for protecting our communities to shine a light on the staffing crisis facing Massachusetts first responders. We need you to ask your state and local leaders to provide the necessary funding to properly staff and train the police, firefighters, and EMTs who keep our communities safe. Thank you.
February, the month of presidents. You may have some wads and rolls of presidents coming to you as in money you may not even know about from findmassmoney.gov. Benjamin Franklin? No, he wasn't a president, but who cares? He's on the $100 bill. The Massachusetts State Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed property for citizens and businesses like refunds from utility bills, long-forgotten savings accounts, even uncashed paychecks. Search your name at findmassmoney.gov. That's findmassmoney.gov.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Vinny Capra leads it off for the Red Sox in the 8th inning against the left-hander Jaden Nowlin. First pitch down and in. Red Sox leading 5-2 over the Minnesota Twins. Grapefruit League on a Wednesday afternoon. 68 degrees at first pitch. Blue skies overhead. Shadows starting to move onto the field from left to right with the wind blowing out towards right center. Ground ball left side, right at the new third baseman, Eric Wagaman. He throws to first in time, one down. Good stretch at first as well from Aaron Sabato up the first base line to retire Capra. Offensively, good spring training day for the Red Sox. They played a lot of their regulars. You don't see that a lot in the road games, but we're playing in Fort Myers today, just across town from JetBlue Park at the spring training home of the Twins, Hammond Stadium. Nowlin delivers a fastball high. Batter is Ward, Braden Ward. Red Sox got offense from Roman Anthony, who doubled the other way in the 4th inning. 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Got a double from Cedon Rafaela. He also flew out deep to right field. Took a great diving play by Matt Wallner to take a hit away from him in what would have been Rafaela's RBI. One. Swing and a miss. Fastball right by the bat of Ward. 1-2. Jaron Duran had a 2-hit day. Singled back in the first the other way, left on left. Drove it past the dive of the third baseman, Gio Urshela. And also singled in the 3rd inning. So you look at that 1, 2, and 3 for the Red Sox outfielders today. Anthony DH'd, and all of them hit the ball hard. All of them had hits in the ball game. 1-2. Swing and a miss down in the dirt. Ward started running up the first base line, but catcher kept it off the dirt. And there are 2 down. Carlos Narvaez had a single, a walk, and a sac fly. Good offensive day for him. Willie Abreu had an RBI single in the 3rd inning. Nick Sogard reached, so did Andrew Monasterio. 2 down, nobody on. Tyler McDonough takes low for ball 1. Only bad news came injury-wise. Brendan Rodgers left the game with what the Red Sox are calling shoulder soreness. It was a line drive to his left. He dove for it. He fell on that left side, and immediately the training staff ran out there. 1-0 is outside 2-0. He exited the game immediately, and it doesn't say everything, but it's good that it's soreness, I guess, rather than anything else, but be evaluated probably over the next couple of days for a guy that has battled hard against injuries over the last few years. Pitch low, 3-0. Pitching side saw Johan Oviedo start. He really struggled to find command. 33 pitches, just 15 strikes over an inning and 2/3. Walked 3 and struck out 1. But got a timely double play in the 1st inning to keep his line spotless in terms of the earned run category. 3-0, and that is low for ball 4. Tyler McDonough as a 2-out walk for the Sox here in the 8th. Best part of the day, probably, well, certainly on the pitching side, were the two big boy relievers, Garrett Whitlock and Justin Slayton. Latter of the two made his season debut, at least for spring training. Both of them scoreless frames. Whitlock was awesome. 3 batters up, 3 batters down before he heads to the WBC with the United States. Pitch outside. Left hand hitting Mickey Gasper. Slayton saw 3 batters, gave up 1 hit, but posted a scoreless inning with 1 strikeout. And now late in the day, man on first. Pitch to Gasper. Checks the swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. On the point down to third base, Derek Thomas on the call. And he counts 1-1. McDonough can run off of first, leads there. Nowlin looks at him. Lefty staring daggers at first, delivers. And the pitch is on the outside corner. Strike slider at 82. Nice crowd, Twins crowd. On a Wednesday afternoon. Plenty of Sox fans used to coming to games here in Fort Myers. I see a Pedroia jersey right behind the third base side dugout. Pitch. That's down and away, 2-2. McDonough leading off of first. Red Sox leading the game 5-2. 2-2 with 2 down. And the pitch from Nowlin to Gasper. He swings and misses. Chase down and away. Inside target to first on the throw down there from Larnach to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox leading 5-2 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Want the lowest price on name brand tires? Town Fair Tire beats all the competition. We beat the wholesale clubs. We beat online prices. We beat all local tire dealers. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every sandwich has bread, every burger has a bun, but these warm, golden, smooth steam buns, these are special, reserved for the very best. The Filet-O-Fish. And you can have them too.
It's Filet-O-Fish season. Get 2 for $6, or 2 10-piece McNuggets for $6, or mix and match. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Single item at regular price.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's Alex Cora. This is the home of the Sox. WEEI.
Jake Bennett back out for a second inning of work, and he delivers a strike on a slider to Kalen Culpepper. Bottom of the 8th inning, Red Sox leading the Twins 5-2. And Jake Bennett, who came over from the Nationals in the offseason, delivers. Ground ball up the middle, past Bennett, past the dive of the second baseman, Chang. And into center field, single for the former first-round pick, Kalen Culpepper, as Minnesota's leadoff man on here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Red Sox up by 3. Second inning for Bennett. I'm going through some of the velocity numbers of that first inning, last inning. He hit 97.6 miles an hour on his fastball, which is right around a full mile an hour faster than any max number that he had with Washington last season. At least that was tracked as he deals outside to Kyler Fedko. Red Sox impetus for all these big, strong guys. Payton, Tolley, an example, and even some of the smaller ones, although a guy who's gotten a lot bigger, and Connolly early, is velocity. 1-0. Swinging a foul tip into the mid. One of the many reasons why the Red Sox have become enamored with these big-bodied pitchers, and Bennett very much fits into that mold at 6'6", 234 pounds. Yeah, 6'6", 234, is they know there's more velocity in those frames, and they have already found it. Our first kind of StatCast reading of the spring proves it. Had a feeling watching Bennett last week against some of the Red Sox regulars, took one-on-one, mano-a-mano at bats against some of the Red Sox starters as he deals away 2-1 to the right-hand hitting Kyler Fedko, that he was throwing that hard. But it's good to have the tracking confirmation. Last fastball rode in at 96, 2-1. Swing and a miss. Fedko out in front of a cutter at 89. And that's the amazing thing when you throw 97 with the extension that Bennett does, where 97 can look like 100 or 101. Well, the cutter at 89, all of a sudden, you've got guys spinning out in front of it. Culpepper leading off of first. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Red Sox leading 5-2, trying to win their 3rd spring game of the year. 2-2 count from Jake Bennett. Pitch. Fastball up and away. That was 95. One, 2-3 inning for him in the 7th. Leadoff man cuts on. 3-2 here is Nick back foul. Another cutter at 88 miles per hour. Plenty going on around spring training. Wednesday afternoon, Paul Skeens, spring debut. First strikeouts his season. We'll see him in Bradenton at some point in the next few weeks. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Bennett right by him with the cutter at 88 to get the first out of the 8th inning. I guess to be fair, we probably won't see Skeens. It depends if he's only going to make a few starts for Team USA, but he'll be gone with Team USA. We'll miss Derek Skubal next week in Lakeland. He'll be with Team USA as well, though he's only going to make one appearance with the United States next week, or at least in the next couple of weeks. Against Great Britain is the plan. Pitch inside that hit the left-handed Hendry Mendez. Man, 94-mile-an-hour sinker that just got completely away from Bennett. Hit Mendez on the hand. He's in some obvious pain behind the plate. He's bent over. He ran back towards the backstop. Man, never want to see it, but especially never want to see it in a spring training baseball game. They're going to take Mendez out of the game immediately. No reason to have him in the game in spring. We saw this earlier when Brendan Rodgers went down, diving on his shoulder. And again, it doesn't read into anything in any direction. Just make sure that he's all right. So Ben Ross will take over as a pinch runner at first base. Is part of it for Bennett, you know, for a guy with his size, so often at the lower levels of the minor leagues, command is a concern. He walked right around, or just under 3 per 9 over the last 2 years in the minor leagues. Pitch is popped up behind the plate. Is it going to stay in for Theis? He goes back, looks, and watches her fly into row 1. Patrick Winkle, the batter. I think probably the part of it that's a little surprising for the size. You see a guy at 6'6", 234 with a fastball at 95, 96, now 97. I think you probably think that he's punching out a huge number. That hasn't been the case yet for Bennett. pitch. Fastball high. 75 inning stint in the minors last year. Struck out just under 8 per 9. But that's the kind of number that I think if he got a proper opportunity over an extended period of time in a really advanced pitching program, you'd probably think that he would be at 9 per 9. Swing and a miss. Cutter there. And it's 1-2. And when you examine the outing today, and it's not over yet, but you look at 2 swings and misses on that cutter, a swing and miss on the four-seam fastball, there's probably, for him, a lot more swing and miss in there. 2 on 1 down. Pitch from Bennett to Patrick Winkle is high and tight. Another slider, 2-2.
Well, of all the things we talked about too, Coop, you know, the extension, the pitchability, all that stuff. The Red Sox believe very much in their velocity program, and he's already up from his average last year by almost 2 miles an hour.
It's amazing. It's amazing. He's thrown harder today than he's ever thrown in a track game. 2-2. Swing, line drive, right field base hit. Off the bat of Patrick Winkle. McDonough charges, fires in fast, cut off by Gasper. That'll keep Culpepper at third. Bases loaded for the Twins here in the 8th inning.
Not that it matters even a little bit, but really bad base running by Culpepper. I mean, that was so clearly through, but he's held at third. Here comes Alex Cora to end Bennett's day. I always think that you have to think of it through a sort of a cautionary lens. I think it's wonderful that everybody in baseball has all these programs to develop young pitchers and throw harder and harder, but I'm sorry, you just cannot convince me there's not enormous risk to everybody's arms when you do that.
No question. Bennett off after 30 pitches. Red Sox are going to the bullpen in a 5-2 game, leading in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll step aside for a pitch break on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
The holidays are over. The relatives are gone. But in your guest bathroom, something's lingering. Between the potato peels in the disposal and the gifts.
You're out of air freshener, you know that?
Your family left in the plumbing. Your pipes are screaming for help. Don't DIY your way into a flood. Call the experts at Drains by James. They've seen it all. They've smelt it all and fixed it all. Drains by James. Because let's be honest, they give a poop about your pipes. Check out drainsbyjames.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 monthly plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Michael Sansone is on to try to find some end to this bottom of the 8th inning with the Red Sox leading the Twins 5-2. Jake Bennett threw the hardest fastball he's ever thrown in a tracked baseball game at nearly 98 miles an hour, but struggled his way through the 8th inning. Command-wise, got hit around a little bit, and he's out after 30 pitches. So Sansone comes in, shorter left-hander, facing the right-hand hitting Tanner Schobel. Yeah, he takes strike one with the bases loaded. Grapefruit League getting spicy.
About as spicy as the $5 orange I bought today.
It's a $5 orange?
Ridiculous. It's called a Golden Honey Bell.
Okay.
I mean, we all know that everything is costing a little bit more these days. It's the end of the peak Honey Bell season.
Pitch foul back.
But I went in knowing what I was getting into.
So is this like a GMO thing? Like they've made this orange?
I think it is sort of a new breed.
Okay.
I can't say I'm an orange specialist.
Yeah, we need Doug Lane for that.
Yeah, well, we need him for a lot of things, but it's kind of like more wrinkly, the skin, the peel of the orange. Bulbous, maybe.
No question. My question is like, and I read this with great respect to. What is it called again?
The Golden Honey Bell.
Okay, I mean this with great respect to the Golden Honey Bell. Like, how good is it?
Well, let's find out.
All right.
Let's peel it and see how much money I
line
wasted.
drive, right field, base hit. Will peel, and the Twins will score. One in, no more. Culpepper home on an RBI single from Schobel.
I will tell you what, you just start to peel it, just smell that. I mean, if that's not Florida, nothing is. I don't know if it's $5 good.
That's... Now that is a punch you in the face smell. Wow. Oh, you're going to give me
Of course, that's worth $2 right there.
I was gonna say. All right, let's see.
Come on.
I'll check in after this. Hold on. Base is still loaded, 1 out. Aaron Sabato is the batter. Former high-round draft pick. Sansone's pitch. Swing and a foul tip in. All right, how good could this be?
I mean, it is ridiculous. There are oranges, and then there's that.
Oh, my God.
Al, can we interest you in some golden honeybell? Wow.
That's incredible.
I need to keep the rest and just juice it.
Pitch outside 1-1. Oh, my gosh.
I'll be at tomorrow at JetBlue telling everybody that I've spent $75 on oranges.
I got to be honest. About a minute ago, I was a skeptic. That's an incredible orange.
It is.
Pitch high, 2-1.
When in Florida.
Oh, my gosh.
I had a very lovely assistant at the store because I'm trying to send some things back to the many people who've helped my family dig out of this all-time blizzard in New England.
Wow. I actually can't believe how good that was.
Yeah.
2-1. Swinging a chopper foul third base side.
It does seem like it's kind of its own thing, right? We've
Yeah.
all had a lot of oranges. That's not even...
No. It's got a slight hint of clementine, but that's not right either. It's sweet, but it's not too sweet.
Yeah, the little kick.
Orangey, but not too orangey. 2-2. That's low. It's got a hint of a grapefruit.
I didn't see that.
Wow. Try
Have you ever
again.
seen the movie about the guys who are looking for the master sommelier?
I have not.
Classification called Somm.
This is that.
Well, it kind of is because they smell these red wines and they're like, I smell a freshly opened can of tennis balls.
3-2 foul back.
Like, what? Where did you get that?
No, that right there is an orange with legs. No question. Every time I get a glass of wine, I hold it. I go, hey, hint of melon.
Probably not a great thing.
No. 3-2. Sabato swings and misses. That was pretty gross. Changeup down and away from the left-hander. That's a big strikeout for Michael Sansone. 2 down. I walked into the Chateau Doug Lane yesterday.
Oh, God.
And he has, I mean, a bushel is probably a little strong, but like a bushel of oranges on the counter.
He
You
leans
guys have
in.
one.
I mean, he freezes them and takes them back home with him.
Pitch fouled off to the right from Kreidler.
I have to say, I cannot imagine, in addition to the orange juice, what else is in that home. I mean, you got Doug, you got Bradfo, Max Cerullo.
It is what I would constitute as a trip. Pitch is a strike. Yeah, the count's 0-2.
For his company, I guess, right?
You are, and our listeners will be a part of it, are about to hear I just have a feeling some tales over the next 4 weeks.
God bless you.
Yesterday, Bradfo accidentally washed a dozen baseball isn't boring stickers.
That's the only thing he's washed this year.
He goes, we're good. We have 2,000 more. 0-2 from Sansone is a check swing. Did he go? I don't think so.
So this year, already in 2026, he's washed more stickers than he has dishes or pieces of clothing combined.
I think that's right. But you know what? He is the man of the house, I think, or something.
Had a great time with him the other day in Port Charlotte.
1-2. Fastball high, 2-2. Red Sox leading 5-3 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Twins have the bases loaded. The tying runs are on second and third for Ryan Kreidler, former UCLA Bruin. Check swing and a fastball high. He did not go. 3-2. Would have liked it.
For a number of reasons.
Hammond Stadium getting loud. Michael Sansone, bases loaded, 2 outs. It'll be a 3-2 from Sansone to Kreidler. The pitch, swinging a high fly ball foul. Crushed it, but way off to the left. Remember, these two teams play for the Chairman's Cup. So, there you go.
Well, what a statement it would be, too, right? To win 2 in the other team's ballpark to begin the spring.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up on the infield. Second baseman under it. Chang makes the catch. Sansone gets out of it.
Get him a golden honey bell.
Big time. No, we're keeping those up here. We're going to the 9th. So is this orange, maybe. 5-3 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. The Subaru of New England, Washington's birthday sales event is here. Feel the freedom of driving the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid with symmetrical all-wheel drive for all-weather adventure. Buy with 0% financing or lease for just $269 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Feel the freedom when you're driving in a Subaru. Come on!
Big on flavor, big on comfort, and big on value. The 99 Restaurant's $14.99 big deal meals are now available every day, all day. So hurry in today or any day for our roasted turkey dinner. You gotta love the 9s.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Xander Hamilton is the new pitcher for the Minnesota Twins. Alan Castro to lead it off against him. This is why Alvaro Hernandez is invaluable. I'm busy peeling oranges. He's got the whole lineup sheet filled out.
He's moving at the speed of light.
No, he
behind
is.
us.
This is his absolute sweet spot. So Castro, who's a big, strong left-handed hitter, facing Xander Hamilton as a swing and a foul on the first base side is out of play. Combination of 2 dearly departed Red Sox players. They're still alive. They're just on other teams. Xander Bogaerts with the Padres and David Hamilton, who was moved in this offseason. I'll never see this name spelled this way with an X and not think of one of my all-time favorite Red Sox players. I mean, he was so clutch from the time he came up in 13. True leader, understood the media, the market. And truly just as gentle and kind a person as the Red Sox have had in a long, long time. 0-1 to Alan Castro. Doubled his last game a couple days ago. He takes a fastball in the dirt, and it's 1-1.
Think about San Diego and that team and you know how good they've been, but they're up against a juggernaut out there.
Well, and A.J. Preller is never unwilling to make moves, spend money, take chances. They did it with Castellanos recently as Castro bounces 1-2 first base. Aaron Sabato has it, steps on the bag, and there's one down.
Best bullpen in baseball, I think, at least on paper. Mason Miller at the back of it, but you know, like, the trades that I understand they went and got Mason Miller, and that's wonderful, but what to give up DeVries like that, now looking at DeVries here in the year 2026 as someone who might impact a big league roster, becomes hard for me to stomach.
Well, of course, here is Max Ferguson, left-handed hitter. He swings and misses. That is the Preller way, though. He is not afraid to wheel and deal and say, you know what, I'm going to bet on the sure thing. And the odds will suggest that my prospects are not going to become total capital D dudes. 0-1 pitch. swing and a miss. It changes everything. If you've not won a title, and if you're in that division with the Dodgers, you have a totally different onus to win at all costs.
Yeah, maximize what you have right now, because chances are to take your shot at them, your roster has to be not just really good, it has to be almost perfect.
0-2 is outside. I mean, Miller, Morahone, Jason Adam, Estrada is unbelievable. They just have power arms and different looking guys. We went in there to San Diego last year, and it was so impressive how great their bullpen is and will be for a while. 1-2. Chopper foul off the bat of Max Ferguson, and it remains a ball and 2 strikes. But of course, the Dodgers get richer with Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. They continue to reload.
They got Kyle Tucker?
At all times working the margins of the system to their benefit. Spending huge dollars. 1-2 to Ferguson, the pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. So Xander Hamilton retires Max Ferguson. He's not thrown away his shot. Xander Hamilton isn't. And they're 2 down. How often do you think those terrible puns get made about this pitcher?
I would say pretty much every outing. Yeah. You've done it, though.
I have. He wants to be in the room where it happens. Here's Christian Campbell. The pitch to him is strike on the outside corner. There have been many reports that Campbell still has these magic lightning hands, and that there are times, even in this spring training, where he just drops jaws with what he does. 0-1. Swing and a miss. He took his best rip there and missed it. Fastball only 91 miles an hour, and it's 0-2.
Well, we've seen this too, even when he's been at his best. He'll have these moments where he's just out of sync, and then one swing snaps him back into it.
0-2. Pitch. That's just low. It's going to be a fascinating case study. It's not like we're re-legislating the money ball analytics versus old school scouting stuff every day and every year. But it is one of the undercurrents of baseball. 1-2. Pitch down and away. But Christian Campbell's a guy who was not on the radar and has all these different moving parts. He has such a different swing. And for a couple of years, he caught it all in a bottle. It just all synced up. He was feeling so confident, and nobody could get anything past him. 2-2. He is outside. But that changed for the second and then third months of the season. He went down to AAA, and he's just never rediscovered that consistency. And just watching the eye test, I mean, yes, it jumps off the page. He hits bombs into right center field all the time, but it looks so different than your prototypical major league swing. 3-2. Pitch to Christian. Swinging a hard ground ball on the third base side under the glove of the diving third baseman Wagaman. And Campbell will spin around first, head for second with a head first dive. He holds the bag. And that's a 2-out double for Christian Campbell. And look, that's a pull side double, but it's also probably 85, 90 miles an hour off the bat. The Red Sox desperately want him to find a way to get synced up and hit balls hard to the left field side.
Yeah, and I think the athletic part of it and the analytic part of it matters in terms of his development.
Matt Theis, the hitter, he pops one just towards us. I don't think it'll get here, but a couple rows in front, strike 1.
To me, just as important, if not even more important now at this point, is the mental part of it. And he has been open and honest about how hard last year was. How could it not be? From starting, in such a meteoric way at the big league level and then struggling his way down in AAA to end the year.
There's a wonderful story written today about how he spent so much of the offseason in a lot of ways kind of soul-searching as Theis takes a strike on the outside corner. He's still such a young man, anointed next superstar, big contract extension. He literally, in his parents' home, looked at himself in the mirror a lot this offseason to kind of rediscover who he is and wants to be as a person. And he is very much that way when you talk to him. Here's Theis, who fouls one off in under the hands. He's so easy to root for, Christian Campbell. And there's still so much potential and talent. And how much he would change the roster if he returned to that level of production.
Yeah, and you look at the baseball side of it, and because of the weird swing and the moving parts and all of that, it's hard to understand how close or far away he is.
So, too, he is outside.
You know, the only guy that I can think of that is like him, and they don't have remotely the same swing, although parts of it are like the way it's kind of jagged, is Giancarlo Stanton. And you watch Giancarlo Stanton for 2 weeks, and it looks like he's the worst hitter on the face of the planet. And then you watch him on a different 2 weeks, and it looks like he's the greatest hitter in the history of the game.
1-2 is outside, and most of those big weeks for Stanton come in September and October.
Right. And that to me says something that's mental in the way, you know, that he approaches it. And I you know, again, it's not the same thing. Christian Campbell was not Giancarlo Stanton and vice versa, but it is that way in that whatever it takes to unlock the best version of him is not the same as just about anybody else.
Well, and we saw it after that first month when Campbell looked like he'd be just an absolute superstar in the game. Everybody adjusted. The pitch is drilled into right field. Back on it goes Kyler Fetko. And on the run, just in front of the warning track, he's there to make the play. So Campbell is stranded on base. And we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Red Sox 3 outs away from a Grapefruit League win. 5-3, bottom 9 next in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Winter weather can be frightful, but Shaws and Star Market's pickup and delivery, delightful. To help with snow days and driving delays, Shaws and Star Market offer free curbside pickup or get delivery. That's right. Just order ahead and Shaws and Star Market will have your groceries ready for you curbside, or they can deliver right to your door. These convenient pickup and delivery services are available year-round to help you when you need it most. Download the app now. Shaws and Star Market can save you time and money.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When it comes to new windows, most homeowners don't have all the facts. When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. Windows beautify your home, and we offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
We also never use high-pressure sales or gimmicks. Our customer volume lets us deliver everyday low pricing from as little as $99 per month for a house full of windows installed.
New windows also improve the value of your home, and with built-in energy savings, they help pay for themselves. Your energy bills could go down by as much as thousands.
Plus, all our windows are Energy Star rated, but we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
We've also got award-winning customer service, and we've earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we're even prouder of our 5-star reviews. It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Tyrone Guerrero, right-hander, massive beast of a man from Colombia, 28 years old, is on the mound for the Red Sox. Red Sox leading 5-3 as we go into this bottom of the ninth inning. Eric Wagaman, right-handed batter, digs in. Fastball misses from Guerrero.
99.
He looks like he could do that.
That was an easy 99.
Last in the big leagues in 2019. With the Marlins, the pitch is fouled off on the first base side. 35 years old from Boca Chica in Colombia. And he has been all over the place. Spent parts of the last couple seasons in the Japanese league with Chibalote. 1-1 to Wagaman. A little bit low, fastball, and it's 2-1. It's great to be back with you, Cooper.
Back at ya.
Busy off season. A lot of basketball and bodybuilding.
That's it. I've hit 130 now.
2-1. Guerrero throws. Line foul on the right field side.
No, it's wonderful to be back. I was saying to you, I was shoveling my car yesterday, and now I'm sitting here, and there's no part of me that believes it. So
there's always that weird transition.
Yeah. But I'm so happy to be here, I swear.
Great. Palm trees off in the distance. Finally, it does feel like Florida. 2-2 down and in. And I know people at home don't want to hear the fact that it's been 55 and it's not felt right here, but we're used to Southwest Florida being hot, humid. And it's finally back in that place. We really are thinking about everybody. It snowed again today in New England, and apparently more coming this weekend and early next week as Hageman takes strike 3. He wants to challenge here in the 9th inning. Put the hand on the helmet, so we'll see what happens here. It was right near the outside corner. Graphic goes up on the video board, and it was a strike all the way. And pretty comfortably so, bottom right corner. I think in the regular season, that's the kind of challenge that a manager would not be upset with. If you've got him, there's no reason to not use him in that kind of a spot.
Again, just having lived it the last couple of years, you'll see this, right? You're holding them till late, and then all of a sudden you're in the 9th inning in a 2-run game, and you have 2. There's no reason not to use one. There are also games where I swear the teams forget.
Here's Noah Cardenas, who takes low.
Like, you'll be 5 innings in, and there have been close pitches, and no one's ripped one yet, and then somebody does one, and then immediately 3 more follow.
I would imagine early on in the big leagues that might happen, too, because these players just aren't used to it. As another challenge here by the Red Sox. The pitch was called a ball, and Boston thinks it was a strike, so everybody emptying the chamber here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And it is a strike. Wow.
By an almost impossibly small margin off the bottom.
And Cooper,
corner.
I think that's the one that baseball has told us that was not given by Major League umpires. On average, over the last many years, the strike zone has been very well called, but it's mostly more like an oval than a rectangle as a fastball at 99 comes in, and that's called a ball. It's 1-1. And those pitches right there, we're talking literally on the exact corners, are going to be given in the ABS system more than they have been by the naked eye. 1-1, swinging a foul.
And if it has the zone by 1/10 of an inch, it's a strike. That's simple.
And again, baseball is always aware of not wanting more strikeouts. But they have said that in the minor leagues, as they've tracked all these things, the strikeout rate has not significantly gone up. And again, all these things are going to change and adapt, and hitters will start offering at those pitches as impossible as they are to hit. Your station break will get it to you in just a second. I mean, on the other hand, if you execute a pitch as perfectly as Guerrero just did, there's not anything a hitter can do, and it should be a strike.
Right.
5-3 Red Sox, bottom 9, 1 down. Pitch. That was so good. A beautiful slider on the outside corner, and he's going to challenge again. I mean, it's smoke him if you got him, I guess. There's no reason to take him into the clubhouse. That looked like a good pitch to me, but no, they're going to call it a ball. And that's the other side of the coin where that one misses by 0.6 inches. I can see, I mean, I love this stuff. I do. I can see how there will be moments where it's really annoying, too.
Yeah. And
here's the 2-2. He squibs it in front of the plate. Theis has it with a bare hand, and they're going to call it an out. They're going to say that Cardenas was out of the batter's box as he ran down the line and the ball made contact with his leg.
Can't believe Derek Shelton's not getting tossed here.
But again, on balance, I won't make that point in the regular season because it's better for the sport to get it right. But this manipulation of it as the game goes on, and particularly the way it seems like they're clustered at the beginning and the end of games, is a little bit aggravating, I think. Kalen Culpepper is the batter as the last hope for the Twins. 5-3 Red Sox, 2 down, bottom 9. Pitch. He is a little bit outside to answer Al Hernandez's question. You do credit the catcher with a putout. He was closest to the ball when made contact with the hitter. Red Sox just about ready to go back down 6 Mile Cypress in the Daniels Parkway to get home. Here's a high drive into the right field corner, back into his left. Tyler McDonough, he dives, he cannot get it, and it bounces, I think, over the wall and off the bleachers out there. And Kalen Culpepper continues to impress. That's an automatic double the opposite way.
Well, this is one of these guys, you come to the ballpark, you're like, oh, I hope I get to see him play. And we have gotten to see him in like 3 innings make a diving play to his left where he took a single out of the air on a line drive. He's hit the you-know-what to the baseball more than once, and then he does that inside-out, backside, down the right field line. Took a 99-mile-an-hour sinker that way. I mean, this is a dude.
We saw Connor Griffin yesterday hit 2 home runs at JetBlue, who is the dude in baseball right now. Apparently they're reporting today that he and the Pirates are both open to some long-term contract extensions. That would give the Pirates so much relief. Here's Kyler Fetko swinging a foul off the end of the bat.
Well, they better do it before he plays 1 second in the major leagues, because the instant he takes the field on in a major league stadium, I promise you, takes 1 at bat, 2 at bat, 3 at bat, that price goes way up because he's unbelievable.
Yeah, he is. We saw it yesterday. Totally looks the part. I think it is, for all the hand-wringing and some of it justified about the Red Sox offseason and some of the things they have or haven't done. I do think that Craig Breslow gets an enormous amount of credit for locking up Roman Anthony in the way that he did, when he did it, and at the price tag that he did. And I think someone like Griffin may well command a very similar price tag. 0-1. Head on a swivel to pitch. High fly into right field. McDonough shading his eyes back in front of the warning track. Does he have room? He does. He makes the play. And the inning and game come to a close. Red Sox beat the Twins 5-3 on a day that Red Sox saw their new pitcher Johan Oviedo make his debut. The bullpen guys Slayton and Whitlock were impressive, and some good swings from Cedon and Wilyer Abreu. 5-3 the final in on the other side of Fort Myers. Coop and I with some final thoughts right after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Rogue is not only strong and practical, but it's reliable too. We've tested the turbocharged engine for thousands of hours, so it keeps going when you need it most. And 225 pound-feet of torque is what's going to allow this SUV to tackle those bigger, more ambitious adventures. Everything so you can go rogue.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 3/2/26.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
5-3 Red Sox beat the Twins in Grapefruit League action. Will Fleming, Cooper Boardman. Johan Oviedo did not impress. Who knows what he's working on? Maybe more sliders than he otherwise would. The fastball had some real life. The big bullpen guys, Slayton and Whitlock, were impressive. I think Wilyer and Cedon continue to look good for whatever that's worth early in camp. And Roman Anthony hit the ball hard a couple times, too.
That's what he does. Yeah, I thought Anthony, Rafael, and Wilyer looked really good. Narvaez with some good swings, too.
Duran.
And, Andrew Monasterio, some longer at-bats, a couple of walks. And Jake Bennett hit 98 miles an hour. So
yeah, that was another real pleasant surprise. He threw as hard as he ever has in his life. Plus, we discovered that golden honey bells are worth every penny.
Oh, my gosh.
Wonderful.
I'm staring with envy across the booth.
It was fun, Coop.
Really fun. Glad to be back, Will.
Doug Lane Alvaro Hernandez here in the booth, and Joe Braverman, as always, exceptional back at the flagship WEEI. Tomorrow is actually a really fun day for the Red Sox because we're going to get our first look at Garrett Crochet. That's a 105 game with Tampa Bay in the building. And not only does Crochet throw, Payton Tolley's going to piggyback right behind him. Aroldis Chapman will take the mound. Greg Weissert, Yovani Moran. It should be a fun day. And some big names come out to JetBlue.
Big name, big time. How many fastballs at 98 and above are going to be thrown tomorrow?
I have a pretty good feeling the first pitch from Crochet will be exactly that. Should be fun to see the pig on the mound for the first time this spring. Cooper Boardman, Will Fleming saying so long. We will talk to you tomorrow from JetBlue. 105 first pitch. Pregame coverage begins right at the top of the hour. Thanks so much for joining us. Please, snow, stay away. Everybody shovel well, stay warm, get your power back on, and join us tomorrow afternoon for more spring training baseball right here on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to Red Sox Spring Training on the WEEI Shaws Star Market Red Sox Network.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
It's a fact. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest name brand discount tire dealer. It's a fact. Town Fair Tire sells Toyo tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than any other tire dealer for the life of your Toyo tires. So, if you're looking for Toyo tires, nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody. And that, my friends, is a fact.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief, now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older and slower than you should actually. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, but here's the good news. QC Kinetics, patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life full speed, and it didn't happen in an operating room. Dr. Tupper and the QC Kinetics medical professional use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful handling tools inside your body, concentrate them right where you'll need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. Andrea's back in her garden, all real QC Kinetics patients, because no one signs up for feeling old and slower. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation is free. Call today, 617-644-PAIN.
Your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI.
Yes, and right now we're joined by not only a very good friend of the program, but a Stanley Cup champion. Somebody who played 16 years in the NHL, the Blackhawks, the Maple Leafs, the Jets, the Rangers, the Kings, the Penguins. He was the head coach of the Penguins for a couple of years, from 2003 to 2005. He is the lead NHL analyst for TNT Sports. He called the Olympic hockey tournament in Milan for NBC Sports. He is Eddie Olczyk. Edzo, always great to have you on the show, my brother. How you doing, Ed?
I'm doing well, Jim. I'm not too far away because I got an assignment tonight. Kings, Golden Knights here in L.A. Just got here from Milan, and we're going to drop the puck to the so-called second half of the NHL season. So good to see you, pal, and I hope the family's doing well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Same, Eddie. Great to see you. The family's doing well. I hope yours is too. I'm glad they gave you a chance to decompress, Edzo, after those 2 weeks. Already here in L.A. In fact, have you decompressed at all? Are you jet-lagged? How are you feeling?
I think I'm still on cloud nine, really, to have been a part of what I think is hockey history here in our country. Full disclosure, I'm an alum of USA Hockey. I played in the Olympics in 1984 as a 17-year-old. Our team then had to try to follow in the footsteps, obviously, of the Miracle on Ice. I've been a part of USA Hockey my whole life, and to have been in Vancouver in 2010 and to see Team USA lose in overtime on the golden goal by Sidney Crosby, and then fast forward 16 years later and to see Team USA be able to take down our rival. And when I say our rival, I speak as a USA Hockey player and alum, and then doing the games for NBC, the Olympic coverage, was one of the high points of my broadcasting career and being a fan of the greatest game in the world. So I'm still on a high. Obviously, I bleed red, white, and blue, and I'll be honest with you, Jim, in the third period of that game the other day, I think I was sweating red, white, and blue. That's how I was feeling about the game between Canada and the U.S.
Eddie Olczyk joining us, and I thought you did such a great job. And, you and I have been friends for a long, long time. I followed your entire broadcast career. I thought you were absolutely unbelievable. How about that third period? I mean, that last 9 minutes especially, what did they feel like to you, and how miraculous was it that the Americans even got that thing to OT, much less won it in OT?
Yeah, well, thanks, Jim. I said, I think with about 10 and a half minutes to go, somewhere in that range, the way the game was going, the chances that the Canadians were getting, Connor Hellebuck playing outstanding, I think I said, I think Team USA would just want to get to overtime. They hope it gets to overtime, at least to get a chance to reset. You knew you were going to get a cleaning of the ice, and they did end up getting to overtime, which ended up being the best thing. Canadians missed some opportunities. Macklin Celebrini of the San Jose Sharks, for people that may not know, you want to see the next superstar of the National Hockey League for the next 20 years. He is a brilliant player. He had an unbelievable Olympics. he had chance after chance in that third period. He had a couple on the power play late in the game. He wasn't able to score. Devon Taves with the chance, and Connor Hellebuck somehow gets the paddle of the stick on it, keeps it out. Nathan McKinnon misses an empty net. I believe that was on the power play. So I think at that time, you're right. They were holding on, and they needed something to happen. Now, they missed an opportunity to win it in regulation on their own power play, that being Team USA with that 4-minute penalty to Sam Bennett. But it was great theater, and to be there and to see a goaltending performance like that on the highest stage for a guy, quite frankly, that everybody has questioned in the playoffs, and rightfully so to a certain extent. But he showed up on the biggest stage, so I think there should be no more question whether or not Connor Hellebuck can win a big game, because the only reason the Americans got to overtime, it was because of their goaltender.
I was going to say, Eddie, you made that very clear during the broadcast, and it's true. They're not there without him. They're not there without him. And despite the fact that he's won 3 Vezinas, you're right, he has had some adversity and some questions about him. What do you make of that guy with that narrative showing up? I mean, have you ever seen a bigger performance on a bigger stage by a goaltender than what you saw from Hellebuck in that tournament?
Ooh, great question. And the guy was an MVP too of the entire National Hockey League. So I mean that is rare air. I saw a performance in a playoff game by a goaltender by the name of Nikolai Khabibulin, who happened to play in Winnipeg, and I was playing at Winnipeg on the time. I think he had like 52 or 53 saves in a playoff game against the Detroit Red Wings. Mike Richter, the year in New York, you mentioned the Stanley Cup in 1994 in the semifinals. It was Game 6 in New Jersey, and we were getting outplayed badly, and Ricky Rod played absolutely incredible. But when you think about win or lose, do or die, gold medal or silver medal, I'd be hard-pressed to look at the whole game as a netminder and sit there and say, you know what, that is as good as it can get in a one-game, sudden death type of situation. So I don't recall one, and it may be another 46 years since we may get a performance like that, as we saw from Jim Craig against the Russians in Lake Placid in 1980.
Eddie Olczyk joining us. Edzo, do you mind? Can you take us through that final sequence one last time? Given the 3 players that the Canadians had on the ice at that time, did you see this ending the way it did? Can you take us through it?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I thought the Canadians were going to get a 2-on-0 there with Makar and McDavid. And then Nathan McKinnon looked like he was going to get the puck, but Zach Werenski did an amazing job there of just getting the stick into a spot where maybe he would at least put a little pressure on him to maybe bobble it. But it was a clean pick there by Werenski, who played outstanding. And if you listen closely to the call, and I've listened to it probably, honestly,